Good morning. We're calling the July 14, 2014 meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission meeting to order. We're meeting at 500 James Robertson Parkway in Nashville, Tennessee. This is the Davy Crockett Tower first floor conference room, 1B. You have before you the agenda, but first we will have the introductions. So beginning at my right, if you would state your name and where you're from.
Nancy Point, Rogersville.
Rosie Johnson, Paris.
Tim Walton, Collierville.
Mark Johnstone, Jackson.
Michael Green, Johnson City.
Gary Standifer, Franklin. Fred McCara, Johnson City.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Dr. Fred McCara, who is our Education Commissioner from East Tennessee State. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. Thank you. We appreciate your service. And welcome you to the Real Estate Appraiser Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, then. Is there a motion to adopt today's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Johnstone to adopt, a second from Commissioner Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes to adopt today's agenda. Has everyone had a chance to review the May Commission meeting minutes? And is there a motion to approve the May minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Standifer and a second from Commissioner Walton. Is there any discussion or conversation? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the May minutes are approved. We'll take a second and welcome Commissioner Hall to the table.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Norman Hall. And you are from Nashville, is that correct?
No, sir.
Thank you for that clarification.
No problem, sir.
Thank you. I sit corrected. Very good then. All right. The meeting minutes for May have been approved, have they not? Yes. Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is a formal hearing. Ms. Avers?
The formal hearing has been continued to next month as the judge was unable to attend this morning due to apparently some kind of eye surgery. Sorry.
Okay. All right, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish that person well. Hope they have a quick and painless recovery. All right, well, moving along then, the next item on the agenda is the legal report. Mrs. Gamber, I believe that you will instruct us.
Okay. This is a very lengthy legal report. We had a lot of matters that we needed to take care of on the complaint report. So it is very lengthy. I apologize for that. I'm going to try to go through it as quickly as possible. If you guys have questions, just stop me anytime. We'll try to go as quickly as possible. And if you're ready, we'll get started.
Please, let's proceed.
And also, just before we get started, I'll let you know that there were a couple of responses that came back after the legal report was prepared. So I have those on a supplemental legal report, so I'll just briefly run through those responses as we get to those items. I think there are only 3, so shouldn't be a huge deal.
Did you give us a handout on those, or did you not have an opportunity maybe?
I did not, but we can make them quickly if you want to do that.
No, that's no problem. And then, did you have, is Ms. Avers going to cover sort of the housekeeping issues you had from last meeting? Like the reviewer letter and that
Yes.
sort of thing? Okay, so she's going to cover that. No
Yeah.
problem. Okay, well, we'll just press on and...
Head down, power through. Here we go.
Yes, thank you.
Just trying to get you guys motivated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stretch out.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Cutting trees.
Yep. Okay, item number 1, 2014-000711. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged the undervaluing of a residential property by using inappropriate comparable sales data. Complainant alleged that the quality of construction should be Q1. All homes are almost half the size of the subject, and the adjustments made were inaccurate. Respondent sent a response to this complaint, responding to each of these allegations. With regard to the quality of construction, respondent stated this property is not considered a Q1 rated property. The subject is a high-quality home as described in the Q2 definition, not exceptionally high quality as noted in the Q1 definition. Just because the subject is one-of-the-kind custom-designed home does not mean this home could not be found in a high-quality tract development. This home is actually an over-improvement for the neighborhood. With regard to all homes being almost half the size of the subject, respondent stated that as stated in the appraisal, there were no other reasonable sales in the entire subject county to include within the report. Sales utilized within the report are the largest and highest closed sales within the entire county over the past year. To utilize the sales provided by the complainant from another county would be highly misleading. With regard to adjustments, respondent stated that bathroom adjustments are not standard or canned adjustments, rather they are extracted from the market. Based on the market and the fact the subject has a super adequacy of bathrooms, the adjustment was reasonable. Respondent stated that the action taken by complainant could be a threat to the general public because appraiser independent safeguards are broken. I've made a list there of the conclusions that were found by the reviewer. I can give you guys a minute to look over those if you need to, rather than reading them line for line. And this is also one of the matters that had a response that came in after the legal report. So when you're ready to hear that, just let me know.
Would commissioners like some time? Or
Ms. Gamber,
Yes.
I assume under the last bullet point down there on page 2, it says, based on market extraction and consideration of the super adequacy of size, $75,000 per square foot is reasonable. Reckon that should be $75?
I can check while you guys are reading. I have that information right here. I sometimes make mistakes. We'll see if that happened. But just let me
You
know.
got 2 square feet difference, that's $150,000 adjustment. I'm
Perhaps
just kind
it's
of
just a very
curious.
valuable property. Who knows? I'm sorry. I apologize. But thanks for pointing that out. I'm glad you guys got a laugh out of it. If nothing else.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
we really do read this stuff.
I'm glad that you do. Will you look through these and try to find? And you're correct. It is $75, not $75,000. Sorry about that.
Okay, how we doing? Do we need more time, or commissioners familiar with reviewers' comments? Okay, would you like to proceed then and also
Yes.
share with us the response?
Yes. The respondent sent this response to the reviewer's conclusions, stating he agreed with the reviewer that the neighborhood boundaries were inaccurate. This was an error on his part. Respondent included a location map with proper boundaries in his response and also agreed that the recent disaster comment should have stated the type of disaster and the concern it poses in the valuation or mortgage underwriting. Respondent stated the highest and best use analysis was performed. He pulled site data and actually performed the reconciliation portion based on the site value. Moving forward, he will include a statement for support and rationale for the highest and best use. Respondent stated that site adjustments in the report were accurate and vacant land sale data was analyzed and included in the work file. These adjustments were not based on size only. This is demonstrated in the report according to the respondent. Respondent did agree that the analysis and conclusion should have been summarized more adequately within the report and also agrees that the functional depreciation adjustment should have been explained. In this situation, the adjustment was warranted based on the large difference between actual cost and market value due mainly to super adequacy of size for the neighborhood. However, respondent stated that the report is still credible because the appraised value is based on the sales comparison approach. Respondent stated that line item adjustments are extracted from the market by paired sales, and respondent admits this should have been explained in the report. Not all information was included in the work file because a paired sale analysis is not performed for every line adjustment for every appraisal report. A paired sales analysis is performed at least monthly for common adjustments in all market areas where he performs appraisals. In conclusion, respondent asks that the commission take into consideration that this is his first complaint, and the review of his appraisal will help him to improve the quality of his reports. All deficiencies from the review will be corrected and implemented in future appraisals.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to read your reasoning and recommendation?
Sure. Council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the consent order, as well as a 15-hour residential report writing course to be completed within 180 days of the consent order. Such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion regarding council's recommendation? If there's no motion, then perhaps we can start with discussion.
Chairman
Mr. Hall,
Green,
please.
I have been reading over these reviews that we've been receiving from our reviewers, and needless to say, I am not impressed. I don't ever see the question that was asked answered. It said the complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged undervaluing of a residential property by using inappropriate comparable sales. Complaint alleged that the quality of construction should be Q1. It's probably a judgment call. Almost all homes are half the size of subject. The adjustments made were inaccurate. That was the charge, the way I read it. I never see anywhere in here where the question that was asked is ever answered. And it appears to me that we're getting these appraisals in, we're not answering the question that was asked, but instead we're going off on a witch hunt on the appraiser. And I am just concerned. I don't have an answer, but I do have a concern. And I'm just don't feel comfortable putting an appraiser's entire livelihood, reputation, and everything else in jeopardy when I don't feel I've got enough information to make that judgment. Maybe I'm the only one that feels that way. But I really do sometimes wonder at what is going on. The question is never answered about the guy. We're off on something else. You know, so maybe we do need to be doing something else. I don't know, but I just get concerned about this. We all make mistakes. None of us are perfect. And I think we need to make sure we always strive and try to make sure we do. And maybe the answer is in a fine, in a civil penalty. I don't know, but I just get concerned when I never hear the question answered, but yet I'm told that we got to find this person. And so maybe all these things do rise to that level. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, when are we going to answer the question?
Okay, well, I'll get to Mr. Johnstone next. The yardstick, keep in mind, I'm not weighing in on the pro or con of this, but Commissioner Hall, keep in mind that the yardstick is USPAP. So the reviewer's function is not so much to answer the question from the complainant, but it is to evaluate the work product by the only yardstick we have, which is USPAP. So I'm going to open it up. First Mr. Johnstone and then Mr. Standifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a point well taken from Commissioner Hall, and that was a question that I had, was what is the specific task and scope to the reviewer? Is it to answer the as I don't know what that answer is. When the reviewer is hired, is it saying, give me a USPAP review on this property, or is it give me a use PAP review on this property and also answer this question in the charge.
Let's take a timeout and let's ask Ms. Avers and Ms. Gamber to answer that, because I think it's a very valid question. I think I know the answer, but let's see if I do. Let's see if I'm right. What is the question put to the reviewer?
The reviewers receive a copy of both the complaint and the response to the complaint at the outset, and then a copy of the appraisal to review, as well as all the work file documents. Their ultimate scope of work is to determine whether the appraisal is USPAP compliant, but part of that is to review the complaint and the work file contents to determine if there's merit to the allegation. If the property had been overvalued because they used inappropriate comparable sales, that would fall as a USPAP violation because they didn't analyze appropriate sales. But the reviewer has to stay within the confines of what is provable USPAP violations, not necessarily specifically what the complainant says.
Okay, does that, go ahead, Mr.
Well,
Johnson.
that kind of answers it to a little bit of some clarification. I started thinking about when we get into a formal hearing scenario, we have allegations of fact and those kind of things where it specifically gives more information as to whether the charges are merited or not. We don't really get into that kind of level of detail in these complaints. But I do think it would be important. I mean, it sounds like that's a part of the process. We just don't necessarily hear the reviewer's opinion as to that.
Do I hear you saying, Commissioners, that you would like, not only do you want it to be couched in USPAP, but you would like more succinct, direct response to the allegations in the complaint? Is that what I hear you saying?
I would. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners.
I think it would be important to have that.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, too. Yeah.
I mean, I will say that when the reviews go out to the reviewers, we don't specifically ask them to respond to the complainant's allegations.
Do they know what the complainant's allegations are when they
Yes.
receive the report?
Because they receive the complaint and the response, they get everything.
Because my point would be if they didn't receive it, then they
Right.
wouldn't know what to look for.
Yeah, they are aware of those. I
Okay.
think a lot of times when they're doing the review, they just stick to USPAP and if the complainant's allegations happen to get answered in their review, I mean, I guess we could ask them to kind of focus more on the complaint, but if it's outside of the confines of what they're contracted to do.
I think Mr. Hall's,
Yes, please.
I think Mr. Hall's, Commissioner Hall's point's well taken, because you could look at, there could be 50 appraisal reports sitting in that chair right there, and I could pick each one of them up and I could find at least one thing that would violate USPAP in every one of them. Some minutia detail can be found in everybody's report. And so with that being said, what are we here to determine? I think the charges and whether they're merited or not is a big component of that.
I think it would help the public as well. I think it would help complainants realize maybe a summary paragraph at the end of the review that says, in my opinion, the complaint has merit within the confines of USPAP or something. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but that would serve everybody, including appraisers.
And
Mr.
it
Johnson.
could even, it may say that the complaint has no merit, but there's a lot of USPAP problems in here,
Right.
I mean, that would be helpful too.
Commissioner Standifer?
I guess one of the questions was answered. So the reviewer does get a copy of the complaint.
Yes.
Viewer gets a copy of the complaint,
Is-
and they do review the complaint. So they are looking to see if those allegations stand out on the appraisal reports.
Is there any other instructions to the reviewer as with regard to, it seems like we get these, you send this information to the reviewer, and he basically gives us a USPAP review. Is there any instructions from with regard to that, or were they asked to look for any USPAP errors or non-compliance, or just what are they told to do, I guess, when they get a file?
That is what we are charged to do, besides protecting the public, which is a state charge. Also, we have that federal responsibility to review any complaint that contains an appraisal complaint for compliance with USPAP. So we have to do that in order to comply with the ASC's policy statements. So even if the complainant was completely off grounds on whatever they were complaining about, whatever their allegation had no merit, they still made an allegation about this appraisal report. If the appraisal report doesn't comply with USPAP, the commission is still charged with reviewing that appraisal for USPAP compliance. Now, whether you decide to discipline someone else or not, whether it rises to the level of discipline, that's still completely the commission's decision, but we're charged with reviewing for USPAP compliance just to meet the policy statements of the subcommittee.
Does the reviewer typically, does he address the charge itself? I know he's looking for all of USPAP
Right.
compliance, but does he typically address the charge individually, or?
Many times there's something about the charge, but they're going through the report section by section to see if the report complies with standard 1, 2.
'Cause it seems like many times there's a charge and we get a USPAP report back, and it may or may not relate to the original charge. It would be nice if the reviewer said, we didn't find any, and it may, many cases it may not be that he can do that, but the reviewer could state that, there was no indication that this charge had any merit, but however, I did find these USPAP
Right.
violations.
They don't, the reviews don't normally state really anything in regards to specific charges by the complainant.
Well, and commissioners, let's be careful here, because the first line of the complaint, and many of these complaints, as you'll note, regard value, undervaluing, overvaluing. So if you're going to charge your reviewers with commenting on the complaint, you're probably going to experience a higher review fee, which is, that's totally perhaps appropriate. But keep in mind, if you ask them to opine as to the complaint, they're going to be having to opine as to value. And if they opine as to value, your review fees are going to go up considerably. So be aware of that. So that's
benefit the commission if they did take it to the next step.
perhaps. So.
Well, and, I do a lot of reviews. I've been the HUD field reviewer in Shelby County for nearly 10 years. And you do, there's really kind of there's two approaches that you can take to reviewing appraisals. You can do a technical review of USPAP content, technical if they applied the approaches correctly, all that kind of thing, and you can do that from your desk, for the most part. When you begin to getting into opining on value, well, heck, someone from East Tennessee really can't opine on West Tennessee if they're not familiar with the market. They would have to become competent in that market to even review that appraisal. And a lot of times you don't necessarily have reviewers in all of these localities. It really opens up a whole bag of worms, but I agree with all of you. It's very beneficial, and most of your complaints are going to center around value, and that's the crux of what we do. A lot of people don't really care if they make some minor USPAP violation, but they're really going to care if the values are way off base.
And if we
Well, should
opine on
the-
value,
Mm-hmm.
then we've done an appraisal.
Exactly. And the reviewer is held to the same standard as the
Absolutely.
And
the
we
person
have a
doing the
case
appraisal.
coming up that we're reviewing where that happened.
Should the reviewer just indicate, or should the commission's authority here just say, we don't really evaluate the value. We're just going to do a USPAP compliance. So, your complaint, we're really not going to address whether the value is appropriate, because that's basically what is happening.
I think that's the crux of the complaint, quite frankly. I don't think that the If you ask I suspect if you ask the complainant, they didn't care so much about the quality level being 1 versus 4 or what have you, or the adjustments were inaccurate. The crux of their complaint is that the thing was undervalued. So are you going to, I mean, well, we could debate this all day. Are there any additional comments regarding this case?
Well, Ms. Point has
I have a,
one.
Thank you. Ms. Point?
and if we got a complaint from the banking or lending institution, it would be it was too high.
That's correct. I mean, it's generally going to be one or the other. Now,
I
Commissioner
mean,
Hall?
the same appraisal, they would be complaining it was too high.
Perhaps so. Right.
There's more than one way to get there. I mean, the real charge for the reviewers is the appraiser credible? Did the appraiser use recognized methods and techniques and report in such a way that the intended users and the client were not misled? If the appraisal is credible, the value opinion, I mean, you could have different opinions about the value. As long as the appraisal is credible, that should really be the end of the discussion. I mean, is the value right? It's too dangerous of a territory to stray into. Is it right?
Do we
Then
ever
we're just
see
gonna
where
put
the,
reviewers against each
have
other.
we
could
ever
bring
got
6
one back
different
where the
reviewers
reviewer
in.
said it was credible? I mean, have we ever
That's-
got to that conclusion?
That's essentially what we charge them to do. We have them review it for compliance and determine whether the appraisals are credible, worthy of belief.
Could we, emphasize credibility more than technical perfection in the reviews? It may be the approach that.
Well, let's go one at a time here. Would you like to address that, ladies?
Well, they summarize for you, I mean, Keeling is summarizing for you in the bullets what the reviewers found, and at the very end, usually there's a little caption of, like, if they found it recklessly negligent or not worthy of belief, or whether or not the errors were minor and it was just whatever, and then you guys determine whether it merits discipline or dismissal or letters of warning or whatever. I mean, they may have had some technical violations, but it's not for us to determine whether or not ultimately it's worthy of discipline or not. It's really for you to decide that. So
And this is the stage.
that's the filter. We still have to tell you if the
Right.
reviewer found violations.
This is probable cause here, folks. This is we are peers, probable cause. Are they significant and egregious enough based upon limited information to make the recommendation and move the process forward? That's all this is. So, Commissioner Hall, if you have a final comment, we'll look for a motion after that, unless there are further comments that are just burning.
Ms.
And
Gamber has one.
I'm sorry. I just have one more thing.
please,
A lot of times there will be a little blurb at the end saying that even though the reviewer found certain violations within the report is still credible. I don't want you to think it's always one way or the other. So sometimes even if there are violations, the reviewer will come back and say, even though there were violations, it didn't really affect the big picture and it still is a credible report.
thank you. And I think we have that in some of our cases today. Commissioner Hall.
I think you touched on it when your last comments there about this, and that's something else that I've often wondered about. When these folks are sent these things, and we get back about USPAP, but the complaint was filed on another matter altogether, I go back to the search law ability to go further. When you see somebody speeding, you pull them over, they have broken the law. You don't have the right to then search that car unless you got probable cause. Are we saying because a complaint is filed, that triggers the probable cause to go over to USPAP?
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
If the complaint is filed and it has, to do with the report itself, then yes, it automatically goes to a review.
And then, to what degree is the USPAP violated? The fact that he has the data or she has the data in their files, but they did not write out a complete analysis of it. Is that really a violation of use path that would bring it to the level of a punishment, or should they receive a letter saying, this last report we got from you, these were the violations they found, and this will go in your file, and if it comes up again, we will take this into consideration. But I sometimes feel like we're coming down too hard for that initial 5 mile an hour, 10 mile an hour violation of the speed limit. And that's my analogy. Nobody else is, just mine, poor as it might be. I just feel that sometimes first offenders, I think we ought to give them a break. If it's a repeat person, I think that ought to come into play. I think they should be aware of what they've done wrong to make sure that they correct it. If it comes up again, though, we got a real problem.
That's why you have a vote, Mr. Hall. I mean, Keeling and I don't have a vote, so it's really up to each of you as a commission member to determine what the appropriate disposition of each of these cases are. We're only making recommendations to the commission. We're giving you the information as much as we can on the legal reports.
And I agree with you, and I appreciate, we, the commission, I'm sure, appreciates you, Keeling, Ms. Gamber, and y'all's work. However, under the Sunshine Law, we can't discuss this. This is the only place we've got to discuss it. I can't call Mike, Mark, Tim, all these folks around this table here and say, folks, listen, we got a problem. This is my thoughts on it. What do you think? This is the only forum we've got to discuss it out in the open public. That's what I'm trying to do, is abide by the Sunshine Law, but at least get it out here in the open.
Thank you.
I think in my years of reviewing, I'll see a lot of appraisals that are a technical mess, but the value at the end is good. And I
mean credible.
Credible.
Thank you.
And I think, that's ultimately our job 9 times out of 10 is to produce a credible value. I'd rather have a report that didn't cross every T or dot every I, but had credible value at the end of the day. There's less harm to the public in that than there is something that was a USPAP mess. And I think that's kind of where I feel personally that the reviews seem to be more technically slanted, less credibility slanted, and it makes it difficult for us to make that determination reading the results of the review to make the decisions that we want to make.
Well, keep in mind, I keep coming back to this for a reason. This is the beginning of the process, not the end. So, as peers, if you decide that these you can do anything you want to council's recommendation. Mr. Hall's case, he would do one thing, and in other people's case, they'd do another. But this is a stage in the process where you decide, does this have any merit? And this is where you weigh prior disciplinary action, et cetera. So, having done that and coming full circle, does this have merit? Does council's recommendation have merit? Or is there a motion to change it?
I'll make a motion that we send this individual a letter setting forth the findings of the review appraiser, tell him that this will be put in, or that this will be put in their file. If another complaint is submitted, then this will be considered in the final disposition of that matter. And I reckon what I'm saying is that together with a letter of warning would do it, because it sounds like to me like a judgment call on part of the review on this one.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Hall for a letter of warning, and I assume to have the file flagged for future reference. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Walton. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. All right. Case number 2, please.
Item number 2, 2013024141. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged the undervaluing of a residential property by using inappropriate comparable sales data. Complainant stated that the subject property was located on a river and was a unique and highly desirable location. Complainant alleged that respondent's appraisal used 3 other recent sales as comparable sales, 2 of which were not located on the river, and a third which was near tear down and had to be completely gutted after the sale. Respondent filed a response to the complaint stating the subject property is a unique type of property in that it is less than average stick-built quality but average cabin quality in this neighborhood. Also, the property itself is very small, listed on the river. However, is more like a wide creek with mostly shallow water 3 feet to 10 feet deep off and on and mostly used for tubing or kayaking. Therefore, it is not comparable to many lakefront properties in the area which have access to boat docks and deep water boating activity. The subject cabin does not have a permanent foundation or permanent heat or air source and is also built in a massive flood zone. Because of all of these factors, the subject would probably not qualify for a loan on the secondary market. Respondent stated that he provided interior photos of all the comparable sales from MLS as well as exterior photos, plus MLS briefs, and that he would challenge anyone to find what complainant verbally states to be a comparable in such bad shape that it needs to be gutted. Respondent stated there are very limited similar properties in this area, and as in this case, only a select very few buyers who are willing to pay well beyond top dollar to purchase these specialty dwellings on the water. As an appraiser, respondent stated it is his responsibility to attain an estimated value that reflects a broader contingent of potential buyers that would purchase such residences as a proper going rate price. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there, as well as the respondent's response to those conclusions. So, you guys can take a minute to look over those.
Okay, if everyone's had a chance to go through the reviewer's conclusions, please proceed.
In this matter, council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of the execution of the order, as well as a 15-hour USPAP course and a 15-hour advanced residential case studies course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order. Such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Okay. Let's start with discussion this time. Comments? Yes, let me start after last case. Because, well, I mean, help me understand. I'll play reviewer devil's advocate here, Commissioner Hall. So go let me go first to the bullet, the fourth bullet that the reviewer supplied on page 4. And that bullet reads, 2 of the sales used were not riverfront property, although at least 2 additional riverfront sales were available. Isn't that a significant violation of USPAP? Especially in light of the fact that the complaint states that their property was located on a river and was a unique and highly desirable location. So can you fault a reviewer for that particular item? And in my opinion, that item is huge. The other thing that I would draw your attention to, and then I'll let you address these, Commissioner Hall, because you do seem to have some valid points, but I think we need to direct our reviewers, if the yardstick is USPAP, then how do you get around? Okay, so the other item that I'd like to bring attention to is, in the respondent's response to reviewers' conclusions, respondent stated, line 3, respondent stated he appraised the property in a conservative manner as his client requested. Doesn't that violate the ethics rule significantly? And I'm not passing judgment, but I'm bringing that up because we're on that slippery slope, aren't we?
May I respond to
Sure.
Chairman Green? Number one, it seems like there's some question as whether you got a stream or river out there. Seems like, I don't know whose definition are we using, the appraiser, the owner, or the reviewer. The appraiser says a stream, something of that nature. I don't know whether or not the review appraiser is that familiar with that area or not, or what corresponds to being a stream or a river or a pond. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I just have to rely on what's given me. But if there were 2 other sales on riverfront properties, I would want to know, okay, what is your definition, Mr. Reviewer, of another property on the river? Because these type of properties do have an increased value if they are on the water and have access to the water. Another thing would be competency. Is this review appraiser competent to review this appraisal report with that particular item? The second thing, I agree 100%. It sounds like that the appraiser was influenced by the client, and that is definitely a no-no. And I agree with you 100% on that one. But I'll use myself as an example on this water thing. I've got an appraisal right now to do down in Winchester, and the property supposedly is on the water. The first thing I did was call an appraiser down there and say, help, what do y'all consider water down here? What do you not consider water? Just because you can see it, does that mean it's on the lake? Or do you have to have access to it? What is the local market down here? I'm not about ready to go down there myself and start making those judgments based on a report that somebody gave me. So this is a very slippery slope also that we get on when the reviewer makes comments and then doesn't support his general comment. It puts us in a he said, she said, they said, what said? I don't know. I do agree, though, once again, unduly influenced, and I think that should be addressed.
Okay. Any other comments? Commissioner, let's go to Commissioner Point.
The last bullet point, the only thing found in the work file as of the date of the appraisal was the MLS sheets for the 3 sales and the appraisal report. No field notes, tax cards, contract analysis were found. That's a
Another one, yes. Commissioner Johnstone? Nope, no comment. Any other comments? All right. Do I hear a motion regarding this particular case? And you might want to frame it in the context of council's recommendation, whether it's that or something else, something more, something less. So,
Make the motion, we accept council's recommendation.
motion to accept council's recommendation from Commissioner Walton. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unopposed, motion passes. Thank you.
Item number 3, 2013024401. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged bias in the performance of a residential appraisal because respondent had been previously interviewed for a job and declined by the homeowner. Complainant alleged that respondent had an obvious conflict of interest with complainant in doing this appraisal and used it as a tool to enact revenge on complainant. Respondent filed a response to the complaint denying the allegations of conflict of interest made by complainant. Respondent denied that he was interviewed by complainant for any position at any time. Respondent certified within the report that at no time of the appraisal process was he aware and or influenced to evaluate the property for a result that would satisfy the PMI removal for the borrower and or homeowner. Respondent stated that in his opinion of the market value as defined, it's fair and valid and not influenced by any bias. The reviewer's conclusions are shorter on this one. They're listed there along with respondent's response to those conclusions.
Like, why don't you go ahead and skip then, since those are short, skip to the council's recommendation.
Recommendation, the reviewer found the report accuracy to be overall acceptable and not misleading. As such, council recommends this matter be closed with a letter of warning regarding the violations noted by the reviewer above.
I make a motion, we accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion to accept from Commissioner Hall, second from Commissioner Walton. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Great. Item number 4, please.
Item 4, 2013023181. This complaint was filed by an appraisal management company and alleged that respondent misreported the number of units in the subject property. Complainant alleged that the respondent provided a report showing the subject having 4 units instead of the 5 units that were truly there at the time of the inspection. Respondent provided commentary stating, for the purposes of this report, the 2 one-bedroom units atop the main residence have been considered as one. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that the subject property was an atypical property which included a historical residence built in 1900 and a single-level residential duplex built in 1963. The historical residence also had the 3rd level finished out into 2 small apartments which were accessed from an exterior staircase. There were 2 electric meters on the duplex and 2 electric meters on the historical residence. The client requested the appraisal be completed on Fannie Mae Form 1025. As stated in the report, between both structures, there were 5 units. However, due to the layout, they were considered as 4 to comply with the 4-unit Fannie Mae form. Respondent stated he would be glad to complete a narrative report if needed. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there. There was no response to the reviewer in this matter.
Let's give commissioners a few minutes to review the reviewer's findings.
Okay.
All right. Would you like to read the council's recommendation, please?
Council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $1,000 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the order, as well as a 30-hour basic appraisal procedures course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order, such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Thank you. Discussion, please.
I noticed that there was no comment made in here as to what the zoning was on this property and how many units were allowed. I noticed that the reviewer nor the respondent, either one, addressed that issue of zoning. Did I overlook that? This type of property, if I'm reading between the lines correctly, which probably is incorrect, sounds like some of the stuff that we have here in Nashville. I'm sure any major city has it, where you get in these older neighborhoods and they start chopping up these houses into rental units. You're not too sure what you ought to be doing, appraising according to the zoning, appraising it according to what's there, appraising it according to any other criteria somebody might want to give you. I just, per frank with you, do not understand either the complaint, nor the respondent's response, nor the reviewer's response. I mean, to me, it's not clear what is going on, because I've seen these old houses over in the Vanderbilt area here, where it started out as a single-family residence and wound up being 10 rooms in there, but maybe shared baths. And so you get ready to appraise it. What are you appraising? And I have not seen any clear distinction of what is being appraised at this point in time. And as far as the comment here on page 7, the second one, indicated 30 sales had occurred. Well, you get over in that Vanderbilt area, you might have 50 sales over that occurred, and not a one be comparable to what you're looking at on some of these old homes over there. In fact, we just got doing some where the codes have already told them they had to tear down one building completely that was formerly 2 living units on the same piece of property. So I don't reckon I have any complaints. So as far as the recommendation, but I really feel like I don't know what in the world somebody was appraising, or what I don't know. To me, it's just not enough data there to really go for. So maybe if we get his attention or her attention, they will come before us and explain to us what is going on.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Johnstone?
Thank you, Chairman Green. I guess the thing that jumps out at me is that last bullet point, where it seems to me they don't really understand the process of income approach, because there was an owner-occupied unit that was not included in the rental stream, which gave that they state that the market rents range from $619 to $738, and the subject was currently rented at $613, which is slightly below the estimated market rent range. But then it further states that there was an owner-occupied unit that was not included in that, or given credit for that. And so the income analysis would have to be off, because that would be part of the gross potential rental income. And even if they're using some type of multiplier and not getting into expenses and vacancy issues, it would still be reflective in that. So that's a I just don't know what I'm doing thing there.
Right, kind of incompetence issue,
Yeah.
maybe. Commissioner Point, did you have a comment? Okay. Anyone else?
I just agree with what's been said. It looks like he was out of his depth and probably veered off. Instead of adapting the reporting format to something that would be more useful for this property, he tried to manipulate the property to fit the form, and got off bat right at the very beginning there. So again,
That was my comment was going to be, is it proper to manipulate the property to fit the Fannie Mae form? Thank you. All right. Commissioner Stanifer or Dr. McMahon? Anything?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, all right. Well, is it, the council's recommended appraisal procedures. Is there an ethics issue that should maybe be addressed as well because of the form choice? Poor form choice? I don't know. And, so is there a motion regarding council's recommendation?
Motion that we accept council's recommendation.
Can I make one more comment on that form?
In just a second.
Okay.
So we have a motion on the floor to accept council's recommendation from Commissioner Walton. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Commissioner Hall. Now discussion. Commissioner Johnstone.
This is just a statement on the form, trying to make the 5-unit property fit into a 4-unit form. He stated, or she stated that, or whoever stated that the client requested that it be done on a 1025 form. So they were doing what the client instructed them to do. They said they would be glad to complete it on a narrative report, but the client probably didn't want to pay for that.
Well, and does our client determine our scope of work?
That's my point.
Thank you. Good point. Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, item number 5, please.
Item number 5, 2014-006531. This complaint was filed by an appraiser and alleged that respondent used an old photo in the cover page, and the photos for the comparable sales are incorrect. In addition, complainant alleged that respondent used the incorrect photo on MLS. Complainant alleged the appraisal report is not worth the paper it's written on. Respondent sent a lengthy response to the complaint stating that he has been a licensed appraiser for over 25 years and has always conducted himself with the utmost integrity and professionalism. Respondent does admit that comparable number 1 and number 4 do have the same photo, as comparable number 1 has the wrong picture posted in the report. This was most likely caused by a software glitch. However, respondent admitted he should have noticed that during his review before sending the report to the client. Respondent claims that the other photos within the report are correct, despite complainant's allegations. With regard to complainant's allegation that all photos are from MLS, respondent stated that listing number 1 and number 2 and comparable number 5 were taken at the time of inspection by the appraiser. The other photos were taken from MLS, but all comparable sales were reviewed from the street by the appraiser. The MLS photos were used as they best reflect the condition of the properties at the time of transfer. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there. It's a little bit different than the bullet points, but I'll give you a second to look at that.
Council, what's your recommendation?
Based on the reviewer's conclusions and the reviewer finding no significant noncompliance issues with use PAP, council recommends this matter be closed with no further action.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept council's recommendation.
Motion from Commissioner Johnstone, second from Commissioner Hall. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Motion passes. Item 6, please.
Item 6, 2014-009261. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent did not give the report to the complainant and failed to reply to his emails and phone calls, despite the fact that complainant paid him the proper fee for the appraisal. The appraisal was done on March 12, 2014. The complaint was filed May 23, 2014. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that he lives in an area with intermittent cell phone connection and poor reception. Also, the subject property is a 16-sided custom-built Deltec house, which resulted in a lengthy delay in completing the assignment. Respondent stated he continued to research a 4-county market area for market participation for a house similar in design to the subject, which further delayed the turnaround time. Respondent stated he has apologized to complainant for the delay and emailed the completed report to her on May 16, 2014. Respondent stated he is not making excuses for the long turnaround time and lack of contact with complainant, but given the impact of the AMC business and lower appraiser fees, something has to change or the whole industry will collapse because there will be no new appraisers entering the business. Respondent stated the AMCs get paid up front from the consumer, but then apparently under the law can use the consumer's money for the appraisal for 60 days instead of paying the appraiser. Due to the low fees and excessive reporting requirements by AMCs to constantly update the status of the appraisal, the overall turnaround times for completing appraisals results in a longer than usual time period to complete a report on this type of property. Council recommends this matter be closed with no further action. Turnaround times are outside the authority of the Commission unless the period could be shown to have violated the public trust, which is not the case in this complaint.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, please.
I want to know how you get the square footage on 16-sided house.
Very slowly, yeah.
Mr. Green?
We're back in session. This is the July 14, 2014 meeting of the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission. And we are still in the midst of the legal report. And we were about to start item 7, but Ms. Baird, did you have a question?
If you don't mind, I would like to just go out of order for just a second and do one of the later items. This one's actually on a supplemental legal report, so you don't have it in front of you. It's just going to be a matter of listening.
Okay. Which item is it?
Well, it would be item number. I can give you the complaint number. It doesn't really have a number.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
I mean, so is it a paragraph
This
number?
is actually a representation from the May meeting.
Well, which, oh, so
It's
it
not on-
was, this item is not on this report?
No.
It's completely not on this, okay.
Right.
I understand. I'm with you. Okay.
So what I'll do is I'm just gonna start out the complaint number, if you guys are okay with that. I didn't even ask.
Yes.
Okay. It's item number 2014-003201, and this matter is a representation from the May 2014 meeting. At the last meeting, the Commission voted to authorize a 15-hour residential case studies course and a 15-hour USPAP course in lieu of the recommended closure with the letter of instruction. After the presentation of the matter to the Commission, Council received a response from respondent to the reviewer's conclusions, which was after the deadline. However, Council had previously granted respondent an extension of time in which to send in the response. So what happened was, I explained to respondent that she could have extra time to send in her response to the reviewer's conclusions. However, that slipped my mind. I presented it, and it looked as though she just didn't respond, which was not the case. So we get her response later, and I wanted to make sure you guys had that response, just in case the additional information might change anyone's opinion. I just want to make sure you guys have everything.
Thank you.
I'm just going to give you kind of a summary of what was presented at the last meeting. The complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged respondent's performance lacked professionalism and her professional conduct was unacceptable. Complainant stated that respondent's incorrect property values and definition of living space almost resulted in the buyers being forced to pay a higher interest rate on the life of the loan to compensate her undervaluing of the property. Now, in the response to the complaint, the respondent stated that she was not retained by the complainant and had no contact with him other than the inspection, which was routine, with no issues raised by him during the inspection. Respondent also stated the subject property is located in a rural area with limited closed sales. The closed sales selected were the best comparable to the subject. Although the ideal would be to have homes that were exactly like the subject, this is rarely a reality. I'm also going to read to you, just kind of summarize the reviewer's conclusions since you don't have it in front of you. There's evidence to suggest that the appraiser did not personally measure the subject house but used the gross living area provided by MLS and public records. The GLA indicated in the appraisal report is the exact same amount as reported in MLS and public records. There are no field notes in the appraiser's submitted work file showing a sketch or any measurements. The appraiser makes this statement on page 3, GLA measurements rounded off to the whole number. This statement implies or leads the reader to believe that the house was personally measured by the appraiser. At a minimum, if the appraiser did not personally measure the house, this should have been disclosed in the appraisal report, along with an extraordinary assumption regarding the use of MLS and public records. The second bullet is adjustments are made in the sales comparison approach for site, age, and condition differences. The appraiser indicates that these adjustments are market derived, but there is no analysis or support for the adjustment amounts found either in the report or the work file. Third bullet, 6 closed sales and 2 active listings are included in the sales comparison approach of the report. These 8 properties indicate a range in adjusted values from $153,000 to $224,000. This is a significant spread in value that requires detailed explanation to support the appraiser's final opinion of value. Fourth bullet, the appraisal report states the highest and best use is the current use of the property, but there's no summary of the support and rationale for this opinion. And then the last one, there's no statement in the certification that the appraiser has or has not performed any services on the subject property within the past 3-year period. You guys have a copy on your desk of, these are the respondents' responses that came back to me after the legal report was already presented in May. So that's what I wanted to make sure you had a copy of, so you didn't think she just didn't respond, because that wasn't the case. And you didn't have this information before. So just to summarize, with regard to the statement, there's no statement in the certification. Respondent's response was, this comment is located on page 3 of the appraisal report. However, the USPAP instructor stated in class this statement must be in the signed USPAP addendum and no longer in the additional comments section above the cost approach. I have placed this statement in the USPAP 2014 with text addendum immediately since the USPAP update class in March of 2014. With regard to the reviewer's conclusion on no summary of highest and best use, respondent stated as a trainee, she was taught the concepts and process of appraising a property and was instructed to determine the scope of work and then inspect the property and determine the highest and best use of said property. If the property did not plumb out, I'm assuming that's a term that you guys are familiar with, plumb, was physically possible, legally permissible, economical, feasible, and maximize its value, she was to notify her instructor and he would notify the lender. Respondent stated she goes through this process with every property she inspects and again was instructed by the USPAP instructor that similar to the math problem per standard 2.2b, she needs to disclose her mental process in the report. She has now placed her summary of the highest and best use in the USPAP 2014 with text addendum to reflect this. With regard to the 6 closed sales and 2 active listings in the sales comparison approach brought up by the reviewer, respondent did note in the neighborhood market conditions of the addendum that rural areas with few sales have little information from which to make a determination of market trend. She also noted in the comments under the sales comparison heading that due to the limited inventory of similar closed sales with partial full basements, sales that lacked basements were used. This limited sales activity prompted the use and consideration of these sales, which were located in the same general market area as the subject. She noted the perimeters were extended from Fannie Mae's guideline of 1 mile and closed sales data range of 3 to 6 months. The respondent stated that she analyzed all closed sales and all active listings and inserted a graph and table in the addendum under neighborhood market conditions on page 1 of the addendum. These total sales and active listings were analyzed and considered helping her develop trends, adjustments used in developing an opinion of value. All sales were located in the same general market area as the subject. After various line item adjustments were applied, a value toward the purchase price was thought appropriate, drawing a conclusion and rendering an opinion to value qualitatively rather than quantitatively. Respondent also takes into consideration that a good indicator of value is what a seller and willing buyer have agreed to buy and sell in an open market. And also she made a note there that she goes through this appraisal process mentally and knows that she needs to expound more in the report of conclusions. She feels the information is presented in the report, but she needs to summarize more fully this information. And then on the last bullet on that page, The reviewer found adjustments are made in the sales comparison approach for site age and conditions, and indicates these adjustments are market derived, but there's no analysis or support. Respondent states there was definitely analysis of the adjustments, and she will repeat what was said earlier, since she learned that quantitative adjustments are best developed using direct comparison analysis. Rural areas with limited sales complicate this process of analysis due to the limited number of closed sales. Therefore, the opinion of value becomes a qualitative process based on past experience, where a pair sales analysis technique was utilized to determine similar quantitative adjustments. These adjustments were considered as rankings to reflect if the sales were superior or inferior to the subject. The adjusted prices of these sales bracketed the value conclusion of the subject by a probable range of values, in which, by considering those sales more similar to the subject, some higher and some lower in value, respondent rendered an opinion for value of the subject. Then, on the final page, with regard to the reviewer's conclusion that the appraiser did not personally measure the subject house, but used the gross living area provided by MLS and public records, respondent responded she physically measured the house using a 100-foot tape measure. The seller even helped by holding one end of the tape measure. Respondent was taught to put information about the house, sketch, interior layout, improvements on a manila folder when out in the field, which is then transferred into the report. Respondent stated she has attached a copy of the manila folder that depicts her sketch and interior layout of the house when she was out at the house, but inadvertently forgot to copy that folder and send it with the initial response. And in closing, respondent stated the allegations presented are fair and help her to take an objective look at her work and an opportunity to better herself as an appraiser. Then she makes statement at the bottom that Executive Director Avers will be present at the USPAP class on May 28th. She will talk about the changes to USPAP in 2015. Respondent plans to attend this meeting, although she has already taken this USPAP class in March, since it is an opportunity to strengthen her appraising skills. So, like I said, you guys did not have that information at the May meeting, and I wanted to make sure that I had presented everything to you. And I'll remind you that council previously recommended that this matter be closed with a letter of instruction pertaining to summarizing information to support opinions and conclusions and reconciling value indications within the appraisal report. The recommendation on this matter is left to the will of the commission.
And could you please restate what the commission's finding was regarding probable cause last month, please, or rather in May?
When this matter was presented in May, the commission voted to authorize a 15-hour residential case studies course and a 15-hour USPAP course in lieu of the recommended closure with the letter of instruction. So you guys voted to authorize two separate education courses.
There was no fine involved? Okay. And this response was received when, approximately?
This response, do you have the exact date?
I believe it was 2 days after.
However, I did tell her she could have an extension. I don't want you to think she responded late. It was kind of a
Oh, okay. So
slip up on my part.
you gave her an opportunity, we met, and she responded after we met? Okay.
Did she
All right.
respond after we met or before we met?
She responded after we met because they have 10 days to respond when we send out the reviewer's conclusions. She asked for an extension. I told her that she could have one. When I was preparing the legal report, I forgotten that I told her that she could have an extension, so it looked like she just didn't respond, which in fact she did, and I wanted to make sure that you had her response.
Basically, your point in bringing this to us at this time is that if we would like to reconsider our probable cause finding.
Correct.
All right, we understand, I think. Commissioner Johnstone, you had a question?
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the previous findings of this board in reference to this case.
All right, we have a motion to reconsider. Is there a second? We have a second from Commissioner Hall. Is there further discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Okay, so the motion passes, and now we are going to reconsider our findings of probable cause.
I make a motion that we accept the recommendation of council.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to accept the recommendation of council, which was a letter of,
It would be closed with a letter of instruction.
which was to close with a letter of instruction. Is that your motion, Commissioner
Yes.
Hall?
Yes, it is.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Commissioner Johnstone. Is there further discussion? Okay. The chair recuses from this vote. However, otherwise, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. All right,
Thank you. I appreciate you guys allowing me to go out of order.
Thank y'all for the
all right. That was out of order. That was not on our list, so we're back to our list.
It was an extra surprise. Woo!
Thank you. Hey, like July the 4th.
All right. Without the extreme
Boom.
canoeing. Yeah.
Okay, so we're back to item 7.
We are back to item 7.
All right. Please proceed.
Okay. Item number 7, 2014-008921. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent provided an appraisal that included inappropriate information that the house is uncommon for the area, which caused the purchase not to go through. Respondent alleged that he wrote an opinionated information on the form that caused the lender to back out. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating the request was for a rural development loan in which the home should meet rural development housing standards. Respondent stated that after the inspection of the home, respondent emailed the AMC to inform them the home had only one bedroom and there were no sales available. As one-bedroom homes are not common in the market, this was noted in the report. Not disclosing this would be a violation of use path, according to respondent. The home had a sunroom that had ductwork to the heat and air, but was built on a porch that was on 4x4 piers and did not meet the standards to be counted as a room or finished area. 4 days after the initial inspection, respondent stated he was asked to make some changes to the report, none of which had to do with value, and to search for more sales with the goal of finding a one-bedroom home sale. He expanded his search parameters and found a sale used in the revised report as sale 7 and included another 2-bedroom sale in a similar rural area. Respondent stated he received no other requests for any more information or comparable sales. Respondent stated he never had any interest in the subject property, therefore complainant's allegation of bias is ludicrous. The reviewer's conclusions are kind of lengthy. They're listed there. Respondent did respond to these, so that response is also listed there. Whenever you guys are ready for the recommendation, just let me know.
All right, would you like to give us what council's recommendation is?
Yes, council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the order, as well as a 15-hour residential report writing course to be completed within 180 days of the order, such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Okay, do I hear a motion regarding council's recommendation, or is there discussion? Could you restate that into the microphone?
Make the motion that we accept council's recommendation.
Motion to accept by Commissioner Walton. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion?
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
In reading over the review's conclusion, the first one there about in the flood zone, I think the person told them that, hey, the back part of it might be, but the house is not. So it's not unusual in those situations to have it checked not in the flood zone, meaning the house is not in the flood zone. Further explanation probably should have been included.
Mr. Hall.
The contract listings of the subject property is analyzed and reported, and it says the current listing is not reported. Probably that should have been, but I don't see that's a real deal breaker. Cost approach, land value is stated, conclusions were not summarized adequately. Well, adequately in whose opinion? The appraiser or the review appraiser? Depreciation, age life, functional depreciation for the subject only having one bedroom was not taken, even though an adjustment was taken for it in the sales comparison grid. Functional obsolescence should be shown. However, if they used the age life method, that item should have been included within the overall depreciation. The reviewer does not come up with how he determined that you should take economic depreciation because there might be some commercial properties close by. This is a rural area. In the rural areas that I've worked in, it's not uncommon to have homes right next to industrial buildings. Evidently, this must be a city reviewer because they don't know about rural properties. Direct comparison, it says no explanation is given for any adjustments except for the 1 versus 2 bedroom in the site. I'm not too sure what else you were going to adjust for based on the data available. They do get into the exposure time. I don't consider that a real deal breaker. And assistance of a trainee, they should have reported that. They said they had one, they didn't say who did what, when, and where. But all of these, in my opinion, do not rise to the level of a $500 fine and a 15-hour residential report writing course, because the reviewer, in my opinion, has got a few problems of his own.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall, are there other comments? All right, hearing none, there's a motion to accept council's recommendation, and there's a second. Hearing no further comments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have, let's go back to a hand count. So we have at least 3 opposed. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Johnstone, and Commissioner Point are opposed. Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Walton. What about Commissioner Standifer?
I was in favor.
Was in favor. And Dr. McMahon?
I'll abstain.
He's abstained. So it's 3-3. Chair has not voted. I'll vote opposed. So motion fails. Would someone like to make another motion?
I'll make a motion that this person be sent a letter pointing out the deficiencies as shown, but don't repeat the same thing that the reviewer said because they got weaknesses in their review. And just close this matter with a letter of caution and put it in that file. If anything comes up again, we'll have it.
Well, so that's it.
If there's something different that you want the letter of caution to say besides what the reviewer has stated, you would have to let me know exactly what you do want it to say because I'm not an appraiser, so I wouldn't be able to just go in there and.
If you would, let me stop here a second. Commissioner Hall, let's keep our motions succinct and focused on the case. So if your issue is a letter of warning, let's just state that and maybe keep that clean.
Let's just keep it clean then.
So what is the motion again?
Letter of caution.
Okay. So the motion is to send the respondent a letter of caution. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnstone. Now, is there discussion regarding the motion to send a letter of caution? Okay, hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed. Motion passes. The motion was to send a letter of caution. Okay? Excellent. All right, that was item number 7, right? Okay. Item number 8.
Item number 8.
Oh, wait, excuse me, before you go on, would Mr. O'Brien like to distribute lunch?
Right, so we can pass that out and it not get.
And
all
not
over the
rattle?
microphones. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a brief adjournment so we can distribute lunch, but then we'll be back in session in 2 minutes.
Are we going to eat while we work?
All right, we're back in session. This is our July 14, 2014 Tennessee Real Estate Appraisal Commission meeting, Appraiser Commission meeting. We are still in the legal report, and we are embarking
I'm
upon.
not going to take offense to that.
We are yet still plodding through the legal report. And we are on item number 8. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For the record?
Yes. Halfway through.
Tenth of the way.
But just think about how much we're getting done. I mean, it's like amazing.
Commissioner Johnstone would like to point out a fact.
No,
Or not? Okay, all right. So moving right along, please.
Right. Okay, item number 8. 2014009061. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent was taking pictures of her house without her permission. Complainant alleged that respondent got her and her brother in the pictures as they were standing in the driveway in front of the house. Complainant also alleged that their car tags were visible in the pictures. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that daylight was fading and he was in need of taking the last of many photos in the neighborhood of comparable sales. Respondent claimed that he identified himself as well as the purpose of the pictures to the complainant and no intention of making the complainant feel uncomfortable or unsafe. Respondent stated that he maneuvered his vehicle in such a way that the photo that he used in the report was of the house only with no faces or visible car tags. This matter is outside the jurisdiction of the commission, and as such, council recommends closure with no further action.
Do you review the pictures?
Yes.
Thank you. What was your opinion about those?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it really matters since we don't have jurisdiction, but
It doesn't, I just wanted to see if you'd answer, so. no
I
problem.
answered you with an attorney answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so you've heard council's recommendation of closure with no further action. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Johnstone. Any discussion? I hear only chewing. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries.
Okay, item number 9 has 4 separate complaint matters. 2013-018621, 2013-018622, and 2013-018751, and 2013-018752. This complaint was filed against two respondents, a trainee and a supervisor, by two separate complainants, both mortgage companies, and alleged a misleading appraisal report on the part of respondent. Complainant alleged that respondent supervisor signed off as the appraiser that inspected the property. However, the person who actually did the appraisal was respondent trainee. Respondent supervisor was never at the property, but yet signed off as though he was. The trainee's name is nowhere on the appraisal. Respondent supervisor sent a response to the complaint stating that the facts in the complaint are correct as noted. Respondent supervisor stated he did not inspect the property, yet the signature in the report conflicts with this. Supervisor stated this was a clerical error on his part and was in no way an attempt to mislead his client. Respondent supervisor stated he had every intention of having the trainee inspect the property alone, that together they would gather all data to put together a good report. Supervisor would then finalize the report, and they would both sign as appraiser and supervisor appraiser, all of which conforms with USPAP guidelines. All the time, respondent supervisor thought that the report reflected what really happened. It was only a clerical error, which was a product of respondent supervisor signing thousands of appraisals alone and only recently incorporating the change where there are two signatures. Respondent trainee concurs with the details of this response. There are some reviewers' conclusions listed there. So I'll give you a minute to read over those, and then you can let me know when you're ready for the recommendation.
We don't want visitors? What's an open meeting, is it not?
I don't think
know who
anybody's.
that was.
Oh, we're on break. I mean, we're in session, but no, when it's quiet is a good time.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Commissioner Johnstone.
Did the respondent respond? Or did I miss
Ones
it?
that we got in the first portion,
The first portion was that?
that's what we got.
They didn't respond to the reviewers' comments.
No.
They see the reviewers' comment?
Yes.
Okay. It would appear most of us are done. What is council's recommendation? And if you could be very explicit.
Okay. As it pertains to respondent supervisor, council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of the order, as well as a 7-hour supervising beginning appraiser's course and a 15-hour report writing course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order. Such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing. I don't know if you want to take these up separately, or do you want me to go ahead and, okay.
Go ahead.
As it pertains to respondent trainee, council recommends that a letter of warning be issued in regard to the above-mentioned violations.
Okay, so council recommends civil penalty in 2 classes for the supervisor, but just a letter of warning for the trainee.
Correct.
Is there a motion or discussion?
I do have a comment on looking at the recommendation. To me, the most serious violation is the sponsor appraiser signing off on this, and that's an ethics violation if he didn't inspect the property, and then there's no mention of the trainee in there. But we don't have any recommendation for a USPAP course. I would like to see possibly even a 15-hour USPAP course added to the recommendation.
Okay, so you would consider adding another course to make it 3 classes.
Honestly, I think the USPAP would be have further discussion about which course it would replace, but now I don't see 3 courses.
1 second, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Johnstone?
When I read through that, the respondent's response, it looks to me as if there was no intention to mislead. It looks like he was just bringing somebody along, or she or whoever was bringing somebody along, and
You mean training?
training, yeah,
Thank you.
training, and they had not had any, and just thought it had been put in there and missed it. It looks like a clerical error because they were by themselves for many, many, many years, and then brought a trainee in, and I just doesn't seem like it's an error of the heart or a misleading situation where they were out to do something to the public trust. To me, it just doesn't appear to rise to that level.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
I agree with Mr. Johnstone.
What was that? I'm
I
sorry?
agree with Mr. Johnstone. The no support for land value opinions, does this go to the trainee as much as the supervisor? I don't know, but I agree. I think the signature on the thing was more of a clerical mistake than an actual intent to mislead. And maybe the supervisor and beginning appraisal course might be sufficient to answer this, but I don't think he intentionally misled his client.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, we don't have a motion on the floor yet. Is there a motion? And this would, let's say, this would be regarding the supervisor. We can accept council's recommendation, or we can modify it completely, or we can modify it slightly. Do I hear a motion? Anybody? Not all at once.
I'll make the motion that we accept council's recommendation.
We have a motion to accept. Do I have a second? For purposes of discussion. Second. All right, second from Commissioner Stanifer. The motion was from Commissioner Walton. All right, discussion. But Commissioners Johnstone and Hall would be more in favor of something else. Other discussion, we'll take a vote. All right. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to accept council's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
2 opposed, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. Motion passes. So we accept council's recommendation on the supervisor. Now let's take up the council's recommendation of a letter of warning for the respondent trainee. Is there a motion?
make a motion to accept council's recommendation on the trainee.
Motion to accept from Commissioner Johnson. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Commissioner Point. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. Item number 10, please.
Item number 10, 2014005361. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged the overvaluing of a residential property by using inappropriate comparable sales data. Complainant alleged the comparable sales used were older than 6 months. If the housing trend is too much stuff. If the housing trend is increasing as the appraisal report states, a true opinion of value cannot be established using outdated comparable sales. Respondent filed a response to the complaint stating he has been a certified residential appraiser for over 10 years, and this is the first complaint he has ever received. Respondent stated the most proximate, similar, and current comparable sales available at the time of this report were selected and employed within the report. As stated, time adjustments were not made due to the conflicting market trending indicators offered by the data at the time. All data including market trending was considered within the final reconciliation of the final value opinion. Reviewer's conclusions are listed there, kind of lengthy again, as well as the respondent's response to those conclusions. So if you need a minute, then we will talk about the recommendation.
Okay, yes, let's take a minute and go over the reviewer's conclusions. Okay, it looks like we're pretty much done reviewing these comments. What's council's recommendation regarding this case?
Council recommends the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the order, as well as a 15-hour residential site and cost approach course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order. Such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Okay, this is a good time for me to remind commissioners of the function of this section. This is probable cause. And Commissioner Hall, in anticipation of your potential comments, this is clearly a case of the respondent saying some things and the reviewer clearly contradicting them, direct contradictions. So the function of probable cause is, are there enough findings from the reviewer to move forward with council's recommendation or our recommendation, and then the respondent has a chance to come back before us. So just keeping that in mind. Is there discussion? Commissioner Hall?
What is the date of the appraisal?
Hold on just 1 second while we look for it. March 11th, 2014.
I just noticed that this price, according to that first bullet point, I'm going to guess is somewhere between $75,000 and $80,000, somewhere in that area. It sounds like that the listing was over 12 months old, if I'm reading it correctly. Site right here where item number 2, I would like to see the study that this reviewer used to say that he is citing this guy for not allowing a negative adjustment of 5% on a $75,000, $80,000 house backing up to the interstate. Most of y'all know that most of my work, a lot of my work over the last 50 years has been in the field of condemnation, where I've had an opportunity to review this. And without any supporting information, I would have to strongly disagree with that allegation made by the review appraiser.
Wait a second. Commissioner Hall, it states the reviewer did a study and the reviewer thinks a negative 5% should have been applied.
Making a 5% adjustment on an $80,000 house is like me, something in the ocean, expect I'm gonna raise the level of the sea out there.
Okay, so your opinion is that 5% is equivalent to nothing, no adjustment?
That price range home, you'd really have to have a lot of supporting data to be able to minutely identify a 5% adjustment on an $80,000 house.
Okay, I just want to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Once again, the cost approach, thorough study, determined but not off any supporting comparable sales. That doesn't really sound, if you got that price range home in a neighborhood and all probability it's 100% built up, then you're gonna have a difficult time finding land sales. To me, it's just an awful lot of I said, he said, she said in this thing.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other comments from commissioners?
What I did note here, and I would tend to agree with him, but he says on the 1004 MC or she, there were 7 sales in the past 90 days, yet he used none of them. All the sales were dated. And he could have used some of the 7 sales, or she, and they might have been more pertinent. I did notice that. Other than that, I would agree with Mr. Hall. It's a he said, she said, they said.
Right. Commissioner Stanifer?
Thank you, Chairman.
Did the reviewer, in this case, render an opinion of value?
All I know is what's in this. For support for, I know that there was support included for each of the assertions in here attached to the review, because I saw the review on this one.
interpret that to mean that he had established his own independent value? I mean, he's got a 15% increase for market conditions, and he's got a 5% increase for backing up to an interstate. Did he mathematically adjust that out, or, I mean,
Appraiser determines the scope of work. Ultimately, that's within the ability of any appraiser to determine the scope of work. We don't request that they develop an opinion of value, but it's within the ability of the appraiser to do so if they feel like they can support it. The primary charge when we ask for a review assignment is to determine whether or not the appraisal is credible and complies with USPAP. So if they have supported opinions, they can support the opinions in their review, however they choose. We don't make the allegations or the assertions in their reviews for them.
scope of work to them is just to provide a
With USPAP.
compliance with USPAP?
I don't, for what it's worth, Commissioner Stanford, I don't interpret these reviewers' comments as rendering an opinion so much as sort of a litmus test of a couple of these key items. I mean, is there support for what the appraiser said? And in these two items, the reviewer disagrees, is kind of how I take it. Any further comments, Commissioner Stanford?
You know, my knee-jerk reaction, I mean, there's a point where if you're going to go in and provide, you know, backup or detailed adjustments that you effectively have established a value conclusion, or you're basically indicating that the original appraiser's conclusion is not credible.
And that's what I get out of this. I get out of this comments that it's not credible. He's not offering an opinion. He or she reviewer is not offering an opinion, but rather suggesting that the credibility isn't there. That's what I get. But Commissioner Johnstone?
This is a question for council. When they say they provide, you know, their studies, when they give you the review back, does it include those studies that they reference, that they have?
Are you talking about when the respondent is responding to the?
Well, he has a couple of bullet points here. Well, we'll go for the one on,
Okay.
you know,
You're talking about the reviewer's bullet points,
right,
correct?
the reviewer's bullet points, where they say they have studies. Do you get the studies to look at the study to see if it makes sense? Or is this something that he has in his work file that no one ever sees?
No, normally when they come back and they say stuff like that, they'll have things
You-
attached to the review report, whether it's maps, and it's just like a lot of what looks like exhibits or something attached to the back of.
So there was a study showing a negative 5% adjustment for the backing up to the interstate.
I'm sure there was, yeah, it was attached. I mean, we have the.
Just that simple yes or no, it was either attached or wasn't.
Well,
Yes.
Commissioner Avers has already, Director Avers has already addressed this. She saw the review, and she indicated that the reviewer did support it. Is that correct? Okay.
Well, I guess my
that answer
question,
your question?
well, not really. I guess I do a lot of studies myself and do a lot of condemnation work, and, you know, you can do anything. I mean, the level of study to ascertain that kind of adjustment would take more than 10 minutes. And I guess my question is, you know, how in depth do they go when they start doing those kind of arbitrary adjustments? If we're talking about credibility, I mean, I'm just curious.
That would be a question you'd have to ask the reviewer at a formal hearing.
Okay. I would ask that if we were get to that level. Make a note of that.
Points, good points, well taken. Further comments? Commissioner Stanifer? No comment. Okay, all right. Any additional comments? All right, there hasn't been a motion, to my knowledge. Is there a motion regarding case number 10? The council's recommendation is a $500 penalty, as well as a 15-hour residential site and cost approach course. Is there a motion?
Motion that we send a letter of warning.
All right.
Second it.
So there's a motion to send a letter of warning from Commissioner Point, a second from Commissioner Hall. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. All right, item number 11. Oh, timeout. Commissioner Walton is going to leave us to do an experience interview, and, but we will continue with the legal report. We'll give Commissioner Walton a chance to get out of here. But you can proceed with item 11.
Okay. Item 11, 2014-003191. This complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged that respondent undervalued the subject property by $200,000. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating the property is taxed way above the market value as established by the appraisal. Respondent does not have an explanation for this. The site value has a difference of $53,000 within respondent's report as compared to the assessor's value. Respondent stated he feels that the value error is more in the tax base than the market value, as he is reconciled within the report. Respondent stated that even though the lease was not provided, he used an estimate market income rent rate to support complainant's rents as stated in the interview the day of their meeting. Respondent stated he has known the complainant for a number of years and would have liked to appraise the building much higher, but based on the market data and information, it was not possible. As shown by the sales and attached photos, the subject is not as well maintained, and respondent felt his adjustments were warranted. The subject is a block building with no windows that has limited partitions, and the adjustments were based on respondent's personal opinions supported by the sales and physical inspection. Respondent feels his reconciled value as concluded is reasonable, supported, and justifiable. There are a couple of reviewer conclusions listed there. There was no further response from the respondent on this matter.
Okay, would you go ahead and, since the reviewer's conclusions are short, would you go ahead and, or did you did you indicate what legal's recommendation is?
Okay, the reviewer found that the discrepancies noted appear to be an indication that more emphasis should be placed on proofreading. However, the reviewer found the report contained sufficient information to enable the client and users to understand it properly. Respondent has been a certified general appraiser for over 21 years with no prior disciplinary action. As such, counsel recommends the matter be closed with a letter of warning pertaining to the suggestions for proofreading made by the reviewer.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hall, second from Commissioner Point. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Item number 12.
Item 12, 2013-004981. This complaint was filed by a consumer who was attempting to refinance and alleged that respondent undervalued a residential property by using inappropriate comparable sales data. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that he did some research into the competing sales and the price range that the borrowers paid for the subject by using the subject's zip code, the 12-month period prior to the purchase of the subject, and the price paid for the subject. The subject and two competing properties resulted from the search. Respondent stated it is evident that the two competing properties are both superior to the subject in terms of design, appeal, and construction. It is thus the opinion of the respondent that the borrowers overpaid for the subject in 2001 as a result of their not being familiar with the real estate prices in Tennessee as compared to California, where they are from. With that being said, the borrowers found this out when they are now trying to refinance their loan taken out in 2008 on a property that is not worth what they paid for it. Reviewer conclusions are listed there. Respondent did provide a response to those conclusions, so you can just let me know when you're ready.
So.
Okay. It would appear that we've had a chance to review the reviewer's comments. What's council's recommendation, and then we'll get into our discussion.
Recommendation is a 15-hour residential report writing course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Okay. Commissioner Johnstone?
This is just a question for Attorney Gamber. Under the disciplinary history, it was showing a 2007 case closed with a consent order.
Yes.
But then in the respondent's response, he references a 2013 case that occurred at about the same time, and in which it appears he paid a fine and took 2 classes at that point in time. Should those have also been listed under disciplinary history?
Probably should have. Nicole, do you know of any strange circumstances as to why they wouldn't have been? I might be missing something. I just want to make sure I'm not.
Second, let me just reference who we're talking about.
While
Usually I
she's
know.
looking, I have a question for you
Okay.
as well. On page 17, the last 2 bullets, the complainant's report indicates a certain set of numbers, a range, and it says, if I'm understanding this correctly, the respondent's report is showing something different. Actually, it's the second to the last bullet, and it's the second sentence of that paragraph. Can you shed any light as to why the respondent's report is different from the complainant's report?
Why that might be different? The value ranges in the complainant's report are different than those in the respondent's report.
Probably more than one version was communicated by the respondent. Why we asked for a copy from the complainant and we asked for a copy from the respondent anytime we have a complaint. Sometimes very naughty respondents change the appraisals before they respond. That's happened before. Sometimes more than one version, that's the more common. And then they'll send in multiple versions, and sometimes people don't save the multiple versions they communicated to their client. So the client may have one version and the respondent may have another version. That sounds.
My understanding is that, and I think this is an interesting point, my understanding is that the report that's to be evaluated by this body is the last communication provided by the respondent to its client. Is that correct?
That would depend. I mean, certainly anything that was communicated to the client is subject to review. If you communicate it to your client and your client makes a decision based on it, is it any less harmful than you going back and editing it? Certainly if the client received an edited version, that can be taken into account. But we've had certain respondents that fixed things before they sent it. They got a complaint and then they edited the report so that the commission would receive a fancied up version of the appraisal to fix whatever grievance.
Sanitized.
Yeah, that the complainant may have had. And certainly that was worse than had they just left it alone, because now they've entered into the ethics territory. And that's certainly not what I'm saying happened in this situation. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons why we ask for a copy of the appraisal from both, is because sometimes not all the copies match. So it's good to know what both the complainant is talking about and what the respondent is talking about, because sometimes what they're talking about is not the same thing.
I found the conflict to be interesting there. Seemed to be a conflict between the two.
And sometimes the consumer, the homeowner, may not have the same last version as the lender, as the appraiser. a homeowner could have a first draft, they got a hold of it early, and then the lender and underwriting went through some reiteration, whatever, and that they never gave another copy to the consumer. That could happen. So I'm not telling you probably anything you don't know, but those are reasons why we ask for all copies of the appraisal from the respondent.
Thank you. Okay, okay, yeah, let's go ahead and get into discussion of this case. Commissioner Standifer.
The reviewer gets all the copies and all the file memoranda?
Our work file.
Are there further questions, or would someone like to make a motion? Council's recommendation of a report writing course.
Ever get a response to my question?
No, I don't think we did. What was the response to Commissioner Johnstone's question? What was your question again?
It was about the disciplinary history and its reporting.
It might be a typo. Unfortunately, unless I go upstairs and check it out, I can't be 100% sure. That might be just a typo in the first part, but I'm not 100% positive.
Well, it seems to be relevant because it occurred at the same time. These two complaints were kind of filed at similar points in time, and we're asking him to take a class that looks like he's already taken. So I just, seems really like a waste of time to take a class that you've just taken. Not that he may not need something, but it's just there's inconsistencies, or at least some
report writing.
unanswered questions.
Yeah, I mean, he took a USPAP class, well, in a 30-hour procedure class, yep.
But then the recommendation is for a report writing course.
Right.
But he
But
says
it
up here
It says he
That he
took the
took
report
that.
writing course.
that he took a residential site valuation and cost approach and
Yeah.
residential report.
And we
writing.
do have those certificates attached, so clearly he did complete them. I just don't understand.
Okay. Well, maybe you just need to take them.
Okay.
But if he's already taken them, why are we asking him to take them?
It appears one was taken in November and then one in December of 2013.
2013?
This is council's recommendation, so it's the commission's opportunity to do as it deems fit. So, is there a motion?
Well, since he's already just got through taking these courses, if I'm understanding the time frame correctly, and he said the 15-hour USPAP, he said the 30-hour procedure course, residential site value, cost approach, residential. I'm not too sure what courses we could really, recommend that he take on this thing. So, well, for one thing, well, I'm just going to think out loud for a second. This is not a motion, but in his point of view, evidently he's having some financial problems, so he doesn't want a civil fine at this point in time. From our point of view, we've asked you to take all these courses, which you have done. Now, is this report we just got through reviewing done before or after he took those courses?
Can I respond to that?
Huh?
It appears to be, the report was done in January of 2013.
So but this report here was done prior to him taking all these educational
Correct.
And everything like that.
Yes.
Well, if that's the case, I'll make this in the form of a motion, and I recommend that we just close this file with a letter of caution. because he's taken all these courses prior to this, and we've not seen a report that he's done since that point in time. So I don't think it's really fair to him to go back and say, okay, we're gonna hit you again, but we haven't really seen a report that you have done since we required you to do this additional work. So I'm gonna make a motion that we just close the letter of caution.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hall to close with a letter of caution. Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Johnson. Is there further discussion?
I think that is an appropriate motion for the simple reason that these two complaints occurred within 2 months of each other. And we took care of one of them and required a fine and 2 courses, which he took. And had we handled them both at the same time, there may have been a similar verdict. I think that's proper.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Item 13.
Item 13, 2014-008341. This complaint was filed by an appraisal management company and alleged that respondent provided an appraisal which is misleading to the reader and lacked credibility. Complainant alleged the subject property is currently a 2-unit multifamily dwelling. However, respondent indicates the highest and best use would be as a single-family renovated dwelling and appraises the home as a single-family home utilizing all single-family properties as comparable sales, thus misleading the reader. Respondent filed a response to the complaint stating that he firmly disagrees with complainant's accusations and assertions that he has not supported the subject's highest and best use. Respondent stated that the subject area is a very hot real estate market. The land values in this market have increased to a point that many older, smaller homes are purchased at or above their market value for the land. Those homes with the R or RM zoning allow for multiple dwellings on one site. The properties with single-family only zoning in the market have a multifamily overlay, which, if the lot size is big enough, allow for 2 units to be built on split lots. The subject is a perfect candidate for removal or major renovation with addition. Respondent stated he has addressed all the questions and concerns from the lender in the original appraisal. We have a list of the reviewer's conclusions here, which are very lengthy, and the respondent provided a response to those reviewer's conclusions, which is also listed there. So you want to take a minute to look over that and then let me know when you're ready for the recommendation.
Okay, it would appear we've read through the information. What's council's recommendation in this matter?
Council's recommendation is for the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $1,000 to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the consent order. Such terms are to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Faces at me.
The problem that we have is, and it's the appraiser's fault, we try our best to conform with the forms that we are asked to use and with USPAP. Where the appraisers are falling short is they do not provide enough explanation for what they're doing. This is what this sounds like to me. He did not provide enough explanation. There are numerous cases here in Nashville where you have got homes that are on that little cusp of whether or not it's going to be redeveloped or whether it's going to be bulldozed down. Where I lived in here in Nashville on Hillwood Boulevard, I thought I had a great house. The buyer thought more of it than I did because he paid me more than I thought it was worth, but he bulldozed it down. Now, somebody trying to do an appraisal on that house would have had a real problem. You get over into the Bell meter, you get the same problem where the value of the property as improved and the property as if vacant are one and the same. How do you go about making your adjustments? Once again, you've got to provide additional narrative in order to accomplish this. They mentioned this house here was a duplex. They said it probably have a highest and best use of single family. That's not unreasonable either. I've just got through looking at a piece of property for an insurance company. Well, on MLS, it was advertised as a duplex. The people went there and bought it, made an addition. It's now a single-family residence. So, describing what is there, what's going to be there, I think we as appraisers have fallen down in providing enough additional information. Does that rise to the level of a USPAP violation for a fine of $1,000? I don't know. But I reckon I just have concern that when the appraiser's trying to come up with an estimated value of a piece of property, they recognize the factors involved, and they know the form doesn't fit what they're trying to do, but yet they got to have on the form because that's what the client says it's got to be on, and you can tell them, no, this is going to have to be a narrative, and they says, no, it's got to be a form. Unfortunately, it puts everybody in a bad position. Nobody gets what they're supposed to, and i.e. Adequate explanation. But I don't know, I just have trouble with this type of complaint. The appraiser, I believe, should have gone into more detail in explaining how come, what for, and why. But is the value wrong? I don't know. They're just
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you. Other comments from commissioners?
I have
Commissioner
a
Point?
comment. In the reviewer's conclusions, they don't have the USPAP violations noted. It says in parentheses, but I don't see them. Am I just blind?
Point well taken. That's correct. Yeah, we don't have specific USPAP
I
violations
can
here.
comment on that if you'd like for me to.
Oh, well, sure.
They didn't actually include the specific violations in the review. I mean, they didn't include them along with their comments.
Did not.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think that's Ms. Point's, Commissioner Point's point, pointed as it is. She, is that we don't have specific standards violations here. I'll make a comment. I concur with Commissioner Hall. Honestly, reading the reviewer's comments, I think the appraiser did everything right. I mean, gosh, we ask them to opine as to highest and best use, but then we beat them up when they appraise it to the highest and best use. So it's like, what do you guys want? So, I mean, I'd be in favor of a letter of warning.
I'll make that a motion. We issue a letter of warning.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hall to issue a letter of warning. Is there a second? Second from Commissioner Johnson. Further discussion? Commissioner Johnstone? Nope. Any others? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. Let's take a short break before we get to item number 14. All right. This is a continuation of the July 14, 2014 Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission meeting. We are going through the legal report. And as a matter of procedure, we are still going through the legal report. We are up to item number
14.
14. Thank you.
It's a
Thank
good
you.
number.
14 in 14. Okay, very good. Please proceed.
Item number 14, 2014001251. This complaint was filed by an appraisal management company and alleged undue influence. An employee of the lender requested that respondent change an appraisal submitted to the AMC from 4 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms because one of the rooms was illegal for the existing septic system. Complainant AMC alleged this Complainant alleged this change was misleading to the intended users, the lender, and the AMC. Respondent did not file a response to this complaint with this office. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there. So if you need a minute to look over those, then we'll go over the recommendation.
Thank you. Like a 12-hour clock.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you go.
it's not. That's military. Okay. If everyone's familiar, we'll move ahead. What is the legal recommendation on this case?
Overall, the reviewer finds this appraisal to be satisfactory and acceptable with regard to general practices and methodology, and procedures were followed with credibility but with some deviation. In general, the reviewer found the report to be in compliance with the intent of USPAP. However, the noted deficiencies with regard to USPAP indicate that all minimum standards have not been met. Respondent has been a certified residential appraiser for over 20 years with no prior disciplinary action. As such, council recommends this matter be closed with a letter of warning regarding the USPAP deficiencies noted above.
Motion to accept legal recommendation.
I second.
So we have a motion to accept and a second. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Johnstone?
So if there were no, all minimum standards of USPAP have been met, why would we even issue a letter of warning, not dismiss it altogether?
Have not been met.
Okay.
It's kind of confusing, I guess, the way it's worded, but it means that.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
my
it's
glasses.
okay.
Sorry. Never mind. Disregard.
Never mind.
Need to read better.
Well-
Maybe you need a cupcake.
Need some sugar. Krispy Kreme's coming on the way
Mr.
out.
Hall brought them to me. I'm not sure why.
I guess I even though, point made, point corrected, I'm not in favor of issuing a letter of warning. I would be in favor of closing the matter with no further action, because it seems to me a mistake was made. It was brought to the appraiser's attention. They fixed it. Case closed. I mean, if we can't get our appraisals right, what else can we ask of this appraiser?
Make a motion to close with no further action.
Already
No,
one
wait, we've
open.
already got a motion.
I
I'm sorry.
rescind my second.
I was in that first.
Okay, all
Motion.
right. So we've rescinded the motion. Now we're open for a new motion. Commissioner Johnstone?
Move that we close with no further action.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Walton. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. This will be closed with no further action.
All right, who was the second? It went fast.
Commissioner Walton.
Thank you.
Item number 15.
Item 15, 2014-000771. This complaint was filed by a fellow practitioner and alleged that respondent presented a misleading report and handled the adjustments incorrectly based on determination by the respondent of the floor plan arrangement. Respondent sent a response to the complaint along with the complete work file as requested. Respondent stated that the subject property is a single-family home with living quarters for extended family, as noted in the 2 prior MLS listings, and the courthouse retrieval system. To ensure uniformity in the sales comparison analysis, the subject home is best described as a traditional 2-story with the basement. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there. This is another one of the matters that the response came after the legal report was completed. It's only 1 sentence, so I'll just read it. Respondent sent a brief response to the reviewer's conclusion stating that she received the notice of violations containing the conclusions and that she is taking measures to remedy any violations.
What's legal's recommendation?
Overall, the reviewer finds the appraisal to be deemed satisfactory and acceptable with regard to general practices and methodology, and procedures were followed with credibility but with some deviation as noted above. In general, the report appears to comply with the intent of USPAP. As such, council recommends this matter be closed with a letter of warning regarding the deficiencies noted by the reviewer.
Is there a motion? Yeah, really.
That's motion to close, no further action.
Motion by Commissioner Johnstone to close with no further action. A second by Commissioner Point. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Item 16, please.
Item 16, 2014-008301. This complaint was filed by an appraisal management company and alleged that respondent provided an appraisal that is misleading to the intended users. Complainant alleged that respondent used a combined sale for comparable cell number 3 in the report, which is a clear violation of certification number 8, which states respondent has not used comparable cells that were the result of combining a land sale with the contract purchase price of a home that has been built or will be built on the land. Respondent sent a response to the complaint stating that after further research, it was determined that comparable cell number 3 was not an arm's length transaction. This was shown in MLS as a sale of a new construction home, and courthouse retrieval system is typically slow in updating sale transactions, especially new construction. Respondent stated that looking back, he should have requested a copy of the HUD form to verify, but again, he misunderstood his conversation with the agent. Respondent stated it was never his intention to mislead any reader or user of the report. Because of this situation, respondent stated he has added new procedures on every report. The reviewer's conclusions, as well as respondent's response, is listed there. So if you need a few minutes.
Okay, what was council's recommendation regarding item number 14?
The reviewer concluded that these pet violations limit the credibility of the results.
I'm sorry, are we on 16?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Are you sure? Okay, yeah. So the recommendation is the authorization of a civil penalty in the amount of $500 to be satisfied within 30 days.
Thank you. Who'd like to start?
Say that the majority of the complaint revolves around one sale that was data on it wasn't real clear, and he made a mistake using it in the report. Doesn't really address or say that it impacted the value conclusion per se. I would lean toward going with just a letter of warning.
If you'll make that a motion, I'll second it.
Make a motion that we issue a letter of warning.
Okay, we have a motion to issue a letter of warning from Commissioner Walton. Is there a second? Second. Second from Commissioner Hall, as promised. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes to issue a letter of warning. Item 17.
Item 17, 2014006061. Complaint was filed by a consumer and alleged the undervaluing of the subject residential property by not including the improvements that were made to the property. Respondent sent a response stating the original house was built in 2000, which today would make it 14 years old. The report from 2014 shows an effective age of 10 years. The 10-year effective age was used in the cost approach and in the sales comparison grid. Two additions have made the subject residence larger than most of the other residences in the subdivision. The reviewer's conclusions are listed there. This is one of the last and final items that the response came in after the legal report. So whenever you're ready to hear that, just let me know.
Okay, so first we need to read the reviewer's comments, and then
Yes.
we'll hear what the respondent had to say about those. Okay. Amber, what's the respondent's response to the review?
Respondent sent a response addressing each of the bullet points found by the reviewer. With regard to number 1, in which the reviewer stated there were indicated declining values and a shortage in demand supply and a marketing time of less than 3 months, respondent stated it seems odd to him to have declining values and a shortage of supply at the same time. Respondent stated he would think they would move in opposite directions. And he also goes on to say the subject county has 7 MLS zones, and the subject is in zone 75. The average days on the market is 101, and the median is 89. Respondent stated that in the report, the average number is used. With regard to bullet number 2, the report shows both bath and kitchen have been replaced. Respondent admitted he should have gone into more detail about the recent addition. This house has had 2 additions, making it larger than most residences in its subdivision. With regard to bullet number 3, respondent stated the actual age of the original subject is 14 years. The report lowered the effective age to 10 years. In reviewing the report, respondent stated he should have used an effective age of 5 years. He prefers to make an age adjustment instead of a condition adjustment. Cell number 1 is 9 years old and cell number 2 is 10 years old. No age adjustments were made to these two cells. Cell number 3 is 3 years old and an age adjustment was made versus the 10-year effective age. The cells were recent in time, so no time adjustment was needed. With regard to bullet number 4, respondent stated the site value came from tax records and any knowledge and experience. Respondent stated he has been in the real estate business for 40 years, and he thinks his longevity in this market area should be given some merit.
What is council's recommendation?
Council's recommendation is a $500 civil penalty to be satisfied within 30 days of execution of the order and a 15-hour residential report writing course to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order. Terms are to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Is there a motion? Are the USPAP deficiencies significant enough to warrant the disciplinary action? Commissioner Hall?
After reading this was cost does not equal value. It appears that in a 20-foot by 20-foot, a 400 square foot dining room, size house, I don't know. If he had a 5,000 square foot house, that might not be too bad. If he had an 800 square foot house, I believe he's got an over improvement. It's definitely not going to add. So I have no idea what we're talking about here. $38,000 for renewing granite countertops, wood flooring, additional. Yep, unfortunately, I've seen that happen too in a house that should have been torn down, but that didn't mean they had $38,000 worth of value. So the complaint was really. I didn't give me credit for all the money I'd spent. Well, unfortunately, we can't I'd
like to make a motion regarding these comments?
I'm getting there.
Okay. Please, take all the time you need.
I would do that to you, Mr. Dean.
I noticed that this disciplinary history goes back to what, 2003? Close of letter of warning. What was that about? Do you have an idea what the prior disciplinary history was?
No specifics on that. I mean, that's a while ago, so I'm not sure what.
Anything further?
I'm trying to decide, Commissioner. Or just another lot of warning. I was all set to lot of warning till I saw back he had one in 2003. Of course, that was 11 years. To begin with, is some consumer spent more money on a piece of property than us because he didn't appraise it for what he wanted to when his basis is not there. So I'm just going to recommend.
That a motion?
Yes, it is.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hall to issue a letter of warning. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnstone. Is there further discussion?
I do have an issue with the, every appraisal, you're supposed to value the site as if vacant and ready for highest and best use. And he just gave an opinion. He didn't use the reviewer indicates that he didn't use recognized methodology for valuing the site, and even in his own comments, he's a little bit arrogant, saying that he got 40 years in the business, and his opinion of site value is all that ought to be required. I think he needs to have a strong message sent that that's not adequate for site valuation.
What are you, just to make sure that we try to narrow to a consensus, what are you thinking, that maybe a procedures class?
There's a motion on the floor. Mr.
Oh, we're
Chairman.
still discussing.
Okay.
I think, honestly, letter of warning might be okay as long as it's in some strong terms and addressing some of the specifics in the of his violations, not something general. I'd want it to be specific, that his 40 years of experience is not a recognized methodology for valuing a site.
So there's nothing in USPAP that says after year 30 you can just do what you want. Is that like standard 30?
No, you have to be 70 before you do that.
Okay, all right. As stated by our septuagenarian or whatever that is. All right.
I agree with Tim. I still think there ought to be a lot of warning, but I think it should be specific in that, hey, Jack, just because you live to be an old age doesn't mean that you can avoid this item.
No names, please.
I agreed with Tim.
Oh, no, you said Jack.
Well, how about I use Mike?
Okay, all right.
For the vote.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Commissioner Johnstone, did you have something to add? No. All right. Any further discussion? All right, would you like to withdraw your second, allow him to amend his motion?
I don't think I
Nope,
really
I don't-
need to amend the motion.
It's a
I'll
letter of
just
warning.
give direction. This is
Okay.
more of
I don't-
direction.
Okay.
The letter of warning was the motion,
Yeah.
and it's just to make sure that it doesn't, that it specifies procedurally what you do on a site valuation.
So it's
I don't
clear
know
from the
that it needs it.
commission. I was trying to get clarification, and you've just provided it. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion passes. Commissioner Point.
Could we go back, or is there a possibility of going back to relook at number 9? I feel like if we've done some letters of warning and then on number 9, we were a little harsh, maybe?
So in
Is that a
light,
possibility? Is there a possibility of that?
I would think so. I mean, it's,
Is it set in stone?
let's take let's put it to a vote. All those in favor of revisiting number 9, say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, no one's opposed, so it's our collective time, so before we move on, let's be careful. We are about to go to 18, is that correct?
Yes, but we actually need to strike 18 anyway from the legal report because the respondent hasn't had the 10-day response time. So that one just needs to be deferred
This
until
is
the next time.
perfect then.
Sometimes things just fall into place.
It's just meant to be.
Yeah.
So, let's go back to number 9. And if we could, what did the commission decide on this case? Maybe we don't have to review everything.
We decided to go with the council's recommendation, and it seems possibly a little harsh in comparisons to the other things we've done today.
I tell you what, let's take a minute to review it. And then I'll give you the floor and let you explain your feelings. Good? Okay, is it me, or is this strangely similar to another case? Because I know,
I've done it before.
Yes.
so-
well, I
Just a
know,
little
but there's no recommend, the other case had a recommendation to let the trainee go. So the trainee was complained against in the other case. That's the only difference I'm seeing, but that's moot. So, Commissioner Point.
My thought was, we may have been a little harsh in comparisons with the other decisions we've made today. And this supervisor has no previous disciplinary problems. There's nothing in here that's egregious. And I thought maybe we could have a reconsideration.
Understand? Yep. Commissioner Johnstone?
I would agree with Ms. Point on that, because when I read through that, it's very clear what happened. There was no attempt to mislead. And then when we look at, just in terms of what we've been doing all day long, if you look at item 10, which was the very next one, this person had significantly more egregious things, and they got the exact same penalty, a $500 fine in 2 classes, when they're not even remotely similar. Just doesn't make sense. I would think that a letter of warning to both of, as was with the trainee, to the supervisor would be adequate in this case, based on what we've done all day.
How did the commission rule previously in item number 9?
On the first item, or for the supervisor, there was a recommendation. Mr. Walton made the motion, and Mr. Standifer made the second. Passed. With the remaining.
Okay, I see. All right.
And the trainee was letter of warning, and everyone else voted on that one. It was Mrs. Johnson that made the motion, and Ms. Point for the second, passed unanimously. So I think you could just take the first item if you were going to reconsider. I don't think you'd have to do the trainee over again if you were going to
Okay, all right.
voted on them separately.
All right. Well, we've voted to reopen this case in this particular item. So, is there a new motion then? Is it proper procedure then to
I think
take a new motion and a new vote?
You're a little out of ground on me. I don't recall ever reopening a complaint after you voted.
We haven't adjourned yet.
As you will.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnstone?
under parliamentary procedure, it can be reconsidered if a member of the prevailing side makes a motion to reconsider. So if any, and it's second, you get a motion and a second, and then it's and it passes a majority, then it can be up for reconsideration at that time.
Well, we've done that, and we're there.
When-
So do we have a new motion?
Well, technically, I guess we kind of inadvertently got there. Hall and myself would not be able to bring it up, but we could certainly vote on it. So when you ask Ms. Point, that would suffice that. At this time, you could, from a procedural standpoint, you could make a motion to rescind that initial decision, and then a new motion can be made.
By the prevailing party.
Well, at that point, once it's rescinded, anybody can make the motion at that point. Just the motion to bring it up for debate again has to be done by the prevailing side, and that's already occurred.
Right. Okay. It does. It does. So is it, I take it seems to be the commission's wish to reconsider this item, which we're doing. So is there a motion for different disciplinary action than previously decided?
I think you have to have a motion first. Chairman,
Rescind.
to rescind what has already been,
Okay. Is there a motion to rescind? And it has to be by someone who voted for it, not who opposed it. You opposed it, Commissioner Hall opposed it. So is there a motion by someone that did not oppose it to rescind? Okay.
Second.
Rescind the disciplinary action.
Correct.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Walton. All right. So we have a motion to rescind, a second. Now, discussion?
I just felt like we had been overly ambitious if we were going to be as lenient with others, that maybe we should with this one also, since they have no prior disciplinary history.
I tend to agree, yeah. And I can appreciate your, with this many cases, it's easy to get
Bogged
muddled.
down.
Yes. So I totally agree. Are there other comments from commissioners? Okay.
I agree. I think that a letter of warning, similar to what we did for the trainee, would be adequate.
Get to that in a second. There's a motion to rescind in a second. Any further comments regarding that, or are we ready for a vote on that? Okay, all in favor of rescinding the prior disciplinary action, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, now we're back to what do we want to do? And is there a motion?
Mr. Johnstone?
I would move that we issue a letter of warning.
Okay, motion to issue just a letter of warning, and let's clarify, this is to the
The-
respondent supervisor.
Right.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hall. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Okay, all right, that seems fair and balanced to me. Not that it matters, what I think. Okay. Item 18 has been withdrawn, correct?
What was this-
Yeah,
what was-
deferred.
What was the reason for withdrawing 18?
The
Deferring
reason
18.
was the respondent hasn't had the ample 10-day time frame to respond to the reviewer's conclusions.
Thank you.
Okay, item 19, please.
Item 19, 2014008181 and 2014008182. This complaint was filed by the administrative staff for the Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission to investigate the possibility that the reports submitted by a registered trainee and an experienced review were not compliant with USPAP. These reports were initially reviewed. Wait a second. Am I on the wrong number? Right one? Okay, sorry. And then there was a request the reports be reviewed by contracted reviews, as the issues identified with the reports appeared numerous on initial reviews. While reviewing respondents' appraisals, it was noted that there existed readily identifiable deficiencies within 2 of the 3 appraisals, so much so that it did not seem necessary to review the 3rd appraisal. Research was done to confirm that all the photos used were MLS photos. Not one original comparable photo was used in either report reviewed. Numerous deficiencies were noted in both appraisals, and the reviewer's concerns were such that additional investigation was warranted. So these were sent out to a reviewer, and there are 3 separate reports, as you can see. So I've kind of done a summary of the reviewer's conclusions for each of those 3 reports. So I guess you're definitely going to need some time to look over those, and then just let me know when you're ready and we'll continue. Also a response there too. I forgot to say that.
What's council's recommendation in this matter?
Trainee and supervisor were registered within days of each other back in 2006 and at one time were under the same supervisor. This may indicate that the supervisor and trainee had incomplete training back in 2006. Staff and legal counsel recommend both the supervisor and the trainee complete a 15-hour residential report writing course within 180 days of the consent order. Trainee must complete this course before 3 new reports can be selected from an updated experience log for experience audit. 30-hour basic appraisal procedures course and or a 15-hour residential site valuation and cost approach course may also be advisable.
Thank you. Okay. Commission has reviewed the case and the reviewer's conclusions. Who would like to start the discussion? Sure.
Can I ask Mr. Walton a question about that since he was initial reviewer?
So Mr. Walton needs to recuse from vote, but I guess as long as you don't tell the names of anyone.
Feel like that's an adequate recommendation based on what you saw?
The reports were immediately very concerning to me when I read them. I was not happy to see quality that was found in the reports at all. Otherwise, I would have just addressed it in the interview. Really feel like this is something that the sponsor needs to be addressed on. Reading through the comments here, I personally looked at all the MLS photos for the comparables that were used in these on these reports, and if I'm reading this right, they deny using MLS photos. Makeable. The photos were identical. The clouds were in the same position.
And this is of the subject property?
Comparable photos, which some of these were FHA's. FHA requires original comparable photos. So they violated FHA guidelines by doing that. Not necessarily, I don't know if that could be construed as a USPAP guideline.
It would tie back. It would tie
Scope of
back
work,
under
but back to
supplemental
scope of
standards.
work.
Yeah, scope of work rule. Okay.
And it wasn't just an isolated one MLS photo or two. They were, to my recollection, all MLS photos. They were just shortcutting not only the photos, but a lot of things in the reports.
But based on, well, Commissioner Johnstone, did you have further comments?
I just wondered if one class and possibly two more was an adequate remedy for this.
I really think there's a limit as to how far I can go to opine on this, since I need to recuse myself from the vote. I'm going to leave that at you guys' discretion to make that judgment.
I can appreciate that, yeah. Other comments, commissioners?
Well,
I would feel a monetary amount might be added in here also. That might get their,
Did you think that of the supervisor or the trainee or some of both? What are you thinking there?
I'm thinking some of both. Let's get both of their attention.
They've both been, I mean, it was like the one day after each other since 2003. I mean, it was, both got registered, bam, bam, like they have some. One has been a registered trainee now for,
Mr. Johnstone, did you have something else? I'm sorry.
Just wanted to say one more thing, and it came forward when Commissioner Walton brought it up about the photos and the clouds being in the same place when they said that they took original photos, and we know that was a clear violation of FHA guidelines. I just, at some point in time, we're not only shortcutting, we're trying to protect ourselves in what we say and respond. So it's pretty serious, I would think.
See, I see nothing wrong with you using MLS photos, but the client,
But
FHA says
no, I
you
agree.
must.
I agree. I don't have a problem with
Unless you cannot
the-
reach them, they're gated or
Yeah.
they have some type of
but
obstruction.
it's the client's the
And
driver
when you
here.
do the scope of work and say
Right.
you'll follow what the client says.
Right.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, clarification from legal. It says the trainee must complete this course before 3 new reports can be selected from an updated experience log for experience audit. A 30 hours basic appraisal procedure and/or a 15-hour residential site and cost approach may be advisable. Is that for both parties involved, or for just the trainee or the supervisor, or for both?
I guess it would be up to you, whatever you think is more.
At this point in time, we really would need to reword your recommendation, is that correct?
You probably need to make it more clear, yes.
Okay, and, unfortunately, one thing this does bring out, and having served on this commission for many years, is the fact that it appears that the supervisor and the trainee both got their okay, so to speak, after working on the same supervisor, which would imply they did not get adequate training. And that has always been one of my concerns in our profession, is the fact that we have a lot of people out here as supervisors who should not be supervisors. They're not qualified to be supervisors. And unfortunately, their people are the ones that they, quote, trained, all of a sudden getting deep slush, and they think they've been doing everything right. So it's really sad that this has to happen. That's commentary. But I'll make a motion based on, may I, sir?
Oh, absolutely, unless there's further discussion.
No, I make a motion that they, both supervisor and the trainee, complete a 15-hour residential report writing course, a 30-hour basic appraisal procedure course, and a 15-hour residential site valuation and cost approach in lieu of the actual monetary fine, Ms. Point. I think if we require all three of those courses, it's gonna hit them pretty well financially. Yes, so,
That's my motion.
Well, I have a question for you in discussion. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Ms. Johnson, Commissioner Johnson. Okay, discussion and question for you, Commissioner Hall. Is that education, can it be applied to the current supervisor's CE? Or would you like to make it in addition to their required CE?
no, I would let them go ahead and use that, they can only get up to what, 20 hours?
28.
28 hours in 2 years.
Well-
So, and they gotta have the 7 hour.
Really, it would,
It'd be, I would let them go ahead and count it towards it, yes.
effectively, it would be 21 hours because everyone has to do the 7-hour use PAP. So anything you take in addition to the 21, it just, you can't bank hours, so it just goes away. So any additional hours, I mean, that's great, but
But see, one of the courses, I think we indicate here, is a 30-hour basic of, well, they've already shot over the 28 right there, and they still gotta take the 7-hour use PAP. So, I'd say, yeah, let them go ahead and count it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. All right, item 20, please.
And we also need to strike item number 20 for the same reason. They haven't had ample time to respond.
We're tired. All right, item 21.
So that brings us to the last item on the report. And this item is also a representation from the May 2014 Commission meeting. During this meeting, after hearing the facts, the Commission voted to authorize a $1,000 civil penalty, along with a 15-hour USPAP course and a 30-hour procedures course. I've listed the facts as they appeared to you guys at the May meeting. We'll just run through this like we do the others. The complaint was filed anonymously and alleged that respondent's report included the highest and best use of the land as a proposed assisted living facility, and the land could not be legally used for that purpose. There was no mention of the current zoning or mention that the land must be rezoned. The income approach data was prepared by Cecil McKnight's, not market rates. The complainant alleged that the financial loss to the company exceeded $200,000. Respondent filed a response to the complaint stating that complainant indicated the appraisal was completed in 2010 when it actually was completed in 2008. In addition, respondent stated the vacant land comparable sales in his appraisal were located in close proximity to the subject property and are quite similar. Respondent also stated that the site value that was indicated by complainant in the complaint was an incorrect statement of site value. Respondent indicated the site value estimate in his appraisal was a much lower number. We've listed the reviewer's conclusions. You guys have already seen these, of course, once, but if you need to do a re-review, since it has been a couple of months, and then we'll talk about the issue at hand. The issue, well, I'll just keep going.
It's on the
and-
back about where they requested an informal conference.
Right,
Is that-
30,
okay,
yeah, page
okay.
33. And we can skip there if you guys want to go ahead and talk about that, and then if you need
Let's-
to.
Let's wait a second.
Okay.
What was our determination at the last meeting? What was the commission's,
Has authorized a $1,000 civil penalty along with a 15-hour USPAP course and a 30-hour procedures course.
okay, now, what's new?
Okay. After we sent the consent order out to the respondent, he requested an informal conference with Executive Director Avers and me, which was granted and held on July 1st, 2014. During the conference, we discussed the facts of the consent order. Respondent suggested that the appraisal was intended to be a summary report, but suggested the reviewer was incorrectly reviewing it as another type of report. Respondent admitted that he did not do enough in the way of disclosing and analyzing certain information within the report, but also disputed several of the facts and USPAP sections cited by the reviewer within the order. As a result of the informal conference, respondent, legal counsel, and the executive director came to an agreement as to certain language within the order that could be stricken. They also came to an agreement as to certain USPAP sections cited by the reviewer that could be stricken from the alleged violations. Such language consisted of language regarding the area or market review being limited to only a few pages of published data. Respondent had included a brief description, and the reviewer had not included any USPAP violations attached to this. We also agreed to delete language from the order stating that the costs developed in this report appeared to be significantly inflated and that the value conclusions did not appear to be credible. This appeared to be the opinion of the reviewer rather than based in factual evidence. So, basically, I were to make a new recommendation based on what was learned in the informal conference. In lieu of the previously authorized discipline, I would recommend the authorization of a $500 civil penalty and a 15-hour USPAP course based on the language and USPAP violations that could be stricken from the consent order. Such terms are to be settled by consent order or formal hearing.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
We have a motion to accept. Is there a second?
I think procedurally, that's out of order. We've already, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Oh, please.
because we've already rendered a decision from this body and voted on it. So I think we would need to rescind that original decision that this body made in order to consider a new.
That makes sense, based on new evidence.
Okay.
Um,
I'd like to withdraw my motion, make a new motion to reconsider. Is that correct?
Rescind.
This would be to rescind.
Rescind the previous,
Rescind and then reconsider.
right,
How about that?
correct.
So you have a motion to rescind and reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Standifer. All right, discussion. And here's a question. Help the commissioners to understand, me included. So you're telling us fundamentally that the reviewer did or did not cite specific USPAP violations, and then upon conferencing with the respondent, those USPAP violations were, questionable, not provable.
I think that he was able to show information to back himself up, so to speak, I guess. Maybe Nicole can explain it better than I can.
There were a few points that he made that I thought were pretty good arguments.
Valid.
There was definitely some issues with the report. This is a non-residential report, so there's some issues with the report, and he admitted that there were some issues with the report. I still think there's some discipline warranted, in my opinion, but I don't think it's maybe as serious as it was pre.
No?
I think that that's exactly the purpose of those informal conferences, is to sometimes give them another opportunity to explain themselves more articulately.
Well, can I ask you then specifically, the issue regarding highest and best use and legally permissible, which I learned something here today, the PLU analysis. No,
That is-
PLEM. There's no H in that, right? Okay, thank you.
Just like phlegm.
Yeah, that's what I'm, okay.
No, he was not able to support that.
Okay, so there was no, so basically, completely missed highest and best use and gave no warning to his client that this thing was pie in the sky.
He said everybody knew, but it wasn't in the report.
That's it. Okay.
He said they had plans, and that it maybe could have happened, but that's not what zoning said, and there was some other stuff that was said, but
Well,
really, I don't,
if-
I wasn't personally convinced. I still think that there's a learning opportunity here, and a USPAP class is still warranted.
Was there any, I guess specifically, did he provide any evidence of highest and best use analysis? Because one of the bullets specifically says, the report contains no analysis of highest and best use. To me, that's, I mean, the rest of this stuff is arguable.
There was some information on proposed improvements, but there was no extraordinary assumptions regarding zoning. There was no indication that they had gotten information from zoning that it would even be, a waiver would be allowed for this. It currently wasn't allowed per zoning, so no. There was a property that had sold nearby that it was legal to build this particular type of dwelling on. Sold for less than he appraised it, and I asked him why he would appraise it for more than this property, if this property they could have built it on when it was vacant land. He said, oh, well, that was only listed for like a few days. I was like, well, still didn't answer my question. So anyhow, no is the answer.
Yes.
Not to my.
I'm going to weigh in, and then I'm going to open it up to the other commissioners. I think the violations are egregious, personally. I do a lot of this kind of work. I think this is a probable cause hearing, and I think there's enough probable cause that our initial findings should hold. And if this appraiser wants to come in and prove otherwise, then so be it. That's my personal feeling. Now I'll open it up to the other commissioners.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
A couple of comments. In reference to the Director Avers had indicated that there was use PAP type errors and things and so forth. And as I look at that, the highest and best use and the lack of sales analysis and stuff, those are not necessarily, when I think of use PAP violations, I'm thinking of SR1- somebody didn't state a sales history, somebody had the client incorrect. They're all use PAP violations, but this is more so procedures and just not knowing what you're doing. So a $500 civil penalty in a use PAP class that they're going to take anyway really doesn't accomplish much, in my opinion. And then it talks about a summary report. It was intended to be a summary report, and it was suggested by the reviewer that, you know, that they were reviewing some other type of report. Well, if you look at use PAP under summary report, is this little from on one of their summation pages. I don't have the page number, but it says under a summary report states the use of the property existing as of the date of value and the use of the real estate and personal property reflected in the appraisal, and when an opinion of highest and best use or the appropriate market or market level was developed, summarize the support and rationale for that opinion. And when you've got a proposed situation, I think did it say proposed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would warrant a little bit more in-depth highest and best use analysis. I just think it's a little, I have to concur with the chairman's preceding statement.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnstone. Are there other comments?
I just feel like that the person that came in has spoken with legal counsel, has spoken with Nicole, and they feel that his explanations were sufficient to warrant a change in what knowledge that they have of the situation, that we should give strong consideration to that recommendation.
Thank you. An opposing view, but significant nonetheless. Thank you. Any other comments?
Just real quickly, I've got outside knowledge of the case here, so I'm going to recuse from any.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stanifer.
I would concur with Mr. Hall. I would defer to the judgment of Mr.
Others before we take a vote? Or actually, we don't have a motion to vote on.
I'm trying to in my mind reconcile what benefit a 15-hour use PAP class that they're going to have to take a 7-hour anyway does to teach them how to handle highest and best use. I just can't see. I
Actually-
can't see, I mean, I can't see where that's of any benefit, to be honest with you.
I could opine on that,
Okay.
it's having just taken one. I think, I think you review the competency provision. I suspect that this person was not competent to do this appraisal. I tend to agree with the reviewer's comments. To improve sales is not likely enough. Can't prove it, but suspect it. DCF was not processed properly. So what approach do you have left? You have the cost approach left, but, you know, so yeah, I tend to think that they clearly didn't get USPAP in 7 hours previously. Maybe 15 hours is more, what's the word I want? Appropriate, but more instrumental, more instructive. Yeah. So is there enough? Is there a motion? I would hear a motion regarding council's new recommendation.
Was that included in my original motion?
Oh, you did make a motion.
Didn't make a motion, you just said rescind and reconsider, and that one
Passed,
stood,
didn't it?
yeah, so there's no motion on the
Okay.
table.
Well,
So-
I'll make a motion that we accept legal counsel's recommendation.
The new recommendation.
Correct.
Which is, let's restate that, just so everybody's clear. Council recommends the authorization of $500 civil penalty along with a 15-hour USPAP class. Such terms to be settled by consent order or formal hearing. So is that your motion?
Yes,
To
sir.
accept that?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Stanifer. Is there further discussion? I contend it's not enough. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 No?
We have one opposed, we have two opposed. We have three opposed. Did the doctor vote?
I'm still abstaining.
Okay,
I need
all
some
right.
more knowledge here.
All right, so from a procedural standpoint, Commissioner Johnstone, we have a tie. Does that pass the motion, or does that fail the motion?
Fails.
It fails. The motion fails. Okay. So, I can't make motions, not supposed to. Someone else like to make a new motion, motion.
Can we have what the original motion, or the original,
The commission voted
Commission's
previously
response.
for a $1,000 fine. Was it a 15-hour USPAP?
$1,000 penalty, 15-hour USPAP, and 30-hour procedures.
Basically, you've dropped the penalty $500 and lost the procedure, right? Dropped the procedure.
Correct.
Thank you.
I mean, if,
I may insert discussion on that. The respondent seemed more stuck on the procedures course than he did about the fine. Can't really go into why, but
no,
the procedures course seemed to be a greater sticking point than $1,000.
I would move,
Commissioner Johnston,
I would
please.
move that we leave a $1,000 fine, drop the 15-hour USPAP, and just go with a 30-hour procedure course.
Okay, so we have a motion to do a $1,000 fine and a 30-hour procedure course. Is that correct?
It is, yeah, I'm rethinking now. I'm trying.
That's what you said.
I'm not. I like the procedure course. I'm okay with a $500 fine. The procedure course is going to cost you some money to go and do anyway. So,
So
I'm
which
really.
would you like? So would you like $500 fine or $1,000? For your motion, that is.
Well, the only reason I went back to the 1,000 was because Director Aver said that was not a sticking point. So I'm thinking we could use the money. I'm just kidding. I'm just
I
kidding.
don't believe
I'm
that's what
just
I
kidding.
said, just to put that on the record. I don't believe that was what I said. I just said that wasn't like what he was really up in arms about.
I'm just
He was
kidding.
just
I'm
up in arms
kidding.
about that procedures course.
I was making a joke. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
No, I mean, if I would like to move it to 30-hour procedures course, and we can reduce the civil penalty to $750.
Okay, so we have a motion, $750 penalty, and a 30-hour procedure course.
Wait, are we on 750 really?
Yeah, we really are.
Okay, I'll change that to 500.
No, it's fine. I just wasn't sure.
This isn't an auction, is it?
No.
No, let me change that to 500 just to be consistent with
Okay.
what we've done all day.
Okay.
Either 5 or 7. I mean, or 1,000. So 500 and a 30-hour procedures.
And no use PAP, right?
No, because they're going to take that anyway, at least a 7-hour.
Okay.
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 $500 penalty. No, is it 500?
500.
500 and a 30-hour procedures course. That's the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a second from Commissioner Point. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
I was afraid of that. I'm just kidding. Commissioner Hall.
No, I still feel that since Director Avers and our legal counsel had an opportunity to meet with this gentleman, I assume it's a gentleman, opportunity to hear his explanation of how come, what for, and why, and we have never had that opportunity. I feel like we should defer to their more intimate knowledge of the situation than we have.
Neither one of us are certified general appraisers either, so, as much as I'd like to claim expertise, and I appreciate you deferring to me, I sometimes, I do have to at least defer back to you guys. Whatever you feel is most appropriate in this situation.
Thank you.
It really was a settlement posture for the recommendation. I think we trying to meet the person halfway.
Okay. Any further comments regarding the motion on the floor? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
One opposed. Motion passes. Okay. Excellent. Are there further cases that need to be decided today?
What if I said yes? No.
We'll do them.
No, that's all. That concludes the legal report. Yeah, I do have one additional matter that's not part of the legal report, so we can do that whenever.
Let's do it right now.
Okay. Let me get out.
Unless you need a break. Do you need to have a
No.
cupcake or something?
No, I have 11, so we're good.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get myself together. Okay, so I have a letter that a previous respondent has brought to my attention and asked me to share with the commission. So what I'm gonna do, it's not like super lengthy, so I'm just gonna read the letter that he sent and then we'll discuss. How about that?
Wait a minute. What's?
Okay.
So what's, help us here, I'm sorry. What's the context of this letter? We have previously had a probable cause hearing, and we have meted out something, and now they're writing a letter in regard to what we...
They're asking for basically an extension of time with which to complete the requirements of the order.
Okay.
And there's also a letter on your iPad that I wrote back to the respondent. It's dated May 16th. The names and everything are blurred out, so you can also reference that.
It would take us longer to find it, I think, than it would
Okay.
be for you to read it.
But that
Please.
letter is different than the one that, I should probably read you the one that the respondent sent me first.
Go ahead.
Okay. Says, to whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to ask of your commission an extension for the payment of hearing costs incurred from my complaint from February of 2012. I realize I was granted an extension last year, but please understand that this extension was only requested and ultimately granted because I was quite literally comatose.
I didn't hear that. That quite literally.
Comatose. Okay.
That was ironic.
The Tennessee Real Estate Appraiser Commission had requested that I complete my required education courses, which were USPAP and Advanced Residential Case Studies, and pay the hearing costs by August 31st, 2013. During the original period, I was able to complete the USPAP course as it is widely offered and provided, and save the roughly $3,000 hearing costs. I had scheduled to take the final class, which was Advanced Residential Case Studies, several times during that period, but the class was repeatedly canceled for insufficient enrollment. I was finally scheduled to take it on the last weekend, August 24th and 25th of the prescribed period, and planned to send in the court costs as well during that final week. Unfortunately, I had a severe pancreatitis attack that basically drove all of my major abdominal organ systems to a septic state. I'm sorry, this is in great detail. Sorry.
You might want to summarize that, Hill.
Okay.
I
Basically,
make Miss Avers sick.
basically
already
this is
green.
like, he's just explaining a really severe pancreas issue. I literally crashed 3 times and was brought back and ultimately placed on life support in a medically induced coma. Emergency surgery removed my pancreas and gallbladder. I remained in the hospital fighting the massive abdominal infection until Christmas Eve 2013. During my hospitalization, I was also served with review findings from an additional complaint. As previously stated, I was in a coma at that time and did not have the physical or mental capacity to formally respond to the review. As a result, I was left with no choice but to agree to the consent order presented by the state's attorney. Please be assured that had I had my faculties about me, I would not have signed that order and I would have logically defended my work file, but my personal circumstances did not afford me the opportunity. Luckily, my wife was monitoring my email account and received an email from Ms. Avers requesting the final satisfaction of the original order. Once receiving documentation from the hospital and doctors, the commission granted me an extension through August of 2014. For this, I am very grateful. I have accordingly not worked since August 15th, 2013, as my license was placed in an inactive status, and my family has survived thus far on savings and my wife's income, which is less than half of what our household ordinarily generates. Currently undergoing extensive physical therapy. All of my major motor skills were lost from laying in a hospital for 6 months. I've progressed from being bedridden to a wheelchair to a walker and finally to a cane. However, I am currently unemployed, facing a huge mountain of debt. As a result, the $3,000 that I had saved to pay the cost of the hearing is gone, and without the possibility of future employment, it is not likely that I can come up with that sum anytime in the near future. I have been able to satisfy the education requirements of the order, but have no realistic hope of being able to pay the hearing costs unless I'm allowed to work in the only trained profession that I have practiced since college. This is the last sentence. Therefore, I am pleading with this body to grant me an extension of time in order to pay the hearing costs and allow me to work in the interim so that I have the means to do so. So, what happened was, he had asked that we present this at the last meeting in May, correct? It did not get on the agenda. So the letter that you see on the iPad, I don't know what page that's on, that's dated May 16th, was my correspondence with this respondent as to why the matter didn't get placed on the May agenda. So I guess the matter that we need to take up at this point is whether or not you see fit to allow another extension. Did I cover all the bases? Okay.
But, so to make sure, I think there's some question in our mind. So we've had the hearing, and now, and apparently we had a finding of fact and a conclusion of law, and we assessed them the hearing costs. So that's all past us. The microphone, please.
He's had a formal hearing, and that's where the education and the civil penalty came from. After that, he also had 2 other complaints, which had resulted in a suspension on top of that, which
They agreed to already inactive, so suspension wasn't a super additional discipline for this particular or. But at the same time, there were some pretty serious allegations in these complaints. Hasn't completed one of the classes to my knowledge. The case studies, I think it is granted 3 extensions, and then that prolonged a year. Requested to have his license taken out of inactive status, which we accommodated, but then of course we promptly had to suspend him because the terms of the inactive was you are inactive until you comply with the term order, which he has not complied with. So now he's suspended. He hasn't met the terms of the order, and I don't have the ability to waive anyone's final order.
Does it bother you when you serve those papers in people's hospital bed? I mean,
Not serve it to his hospital bed.
Okay.
I emailed it to his wife.
okay. I just wanted to clarify. You know.
It was unpleasant. I have some unpleasant aspects to my job.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't make light of it. Commissioner Johnstone.
I want to make sure I'm following. The two, after the formal hearing, the 2 additional complaints came after that. And his license was inactive at that time, or had been activated.
Yeah, he went inactive when he got ill, and because his wife didn't know what to do and couldn't respond to these things, so she flipped this.
So those
she signed the inactive on his behalf to.
But the suspension came after they had been reactivated.
After he got better, he wanted to reactivate his license, and I said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Because the agreement was inactive in lieu of suspension. If you go back to active, you go suspended.
Immediately, just,
Sorry.
yeah,
It's a condition.
right.
Because
So,
I don't have an ability to
so
waive
what-
it again. I mean, it's been 3 times.
so when I guess was the complaints, was there any indication that they could have stemmed from the pancreas issue? As far, okay, all right. Or maybe maybe my timeline on the illness is not exactly right. I'm just trying to figure out, is there something that would have caused him to not be thinking clearly as he was working?
No, this is entirely unrelated.
So his request is the extension. Does he want to be, and it sounds like he wants to be able to start working now in an effort to be able to make the money to repay that last.
Yes, and in previous emails to us and calls that he's made, he says he owes millions of dollars. I cannot fathom that he's going to pay us the $3,000 he owes us over all of the other. He says he's going to lose his house and all this other stuff. And while I deeply empathize with his situation, at the same time, I don't foresee us getting satisfaction on that final order for any period of time in the near future. Honestly, I think there's going to be some, I mean, his letters and his emails, none of it has prescribed a plan for definite.
Has he complied with the education? So it would take some money to comply with the education as well.
I mean, the letter that Keeling just read said something about him having done so, but I haven't received it.
Let's reread that. I think that's important. So has in the final order, did it prescribe education, and has he completed it?
Is the Real Estate Appraiser Commission requested I complete my required education courses. There were 2, USPAP and Advanced Residential Case Studies, and pay the hearing costs by August 31st, 2013. During the original period, I was able to complete the USPAP course, as it is widely offered and provided, and save the roughly $3,000 hearing costs. I had scheduled to take the final class, Advanced Residential Case Studies, several times during that period, but it was repeatedly canceled for insufficient enrollment. I was finally scheduled to take it on the last weekend of August and planned to send in the court costs as well during that final week. However, that's when he had the pancreas attack.
Okay, so he, yes,
Does this commission have the authority to rescind a penalty?
August? His wife told me he didn't take it in August.
well, he admits he has not taken it. And yes, doctor, we've done it today. I hadn't seen it before today, but yes, we've done it today. So yes, we do.
Is that a consideration that
Well, we
we would have
can't-
in this case?
We can't, I mean, that was a formal hearing, and that's beyond the stage that we've been rescinding today. So I'd say not. No, that was administrative law judge and all that, so. So the question before the commission is, do we want to waive his hearing cost, or not waive it, but postpone it, allow him to, and then bring his license active? And do we want to do that? Is there hope that that will solve this problem?
Yeah, I think what he's requesting is an extension to pay the cost and allow him to work in the interim so that he has the means to pay the costs. That's what he's requesting. I don't know if that's different from what you said, but.
I appreciate that. But there were some more violations while he was on his hospital bed? Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the status of those?
He signed an order for suspension.
Let me read
Oh,
this.
because he was not able to contest them, he went ahead and, according to him, he said he accepted suspension. Okay.
Let me read this just for clarification. The letter that I wrote to him says your license was placed into inactive status on October 23rd, 2013. Subsequently, there were 2 other complaint matters filed against you, and as a result of those matters, the Commission authorized the suspension of your license for a 30-day period from March 17th, 2014 to April 17th, 2014, at which time your license was placed back into inactive status. You've neglected to complete the requirements of the original order at this time.
Does the commission wish to grant this person leniency due to illness, or what is the feeling of the commission?
Mr. Chairman.
We'll do Mr. Stingenifer first.
Is this individual asking to have the right to practice and to postpone the payment of the penalty?
Yes, he's asking for an extension to pay the penalty as well as working in the interim in order to make the money to pay the penalty.
But he's not addressed the class.
Letter that he has written that is addressing the specific classes.
That's a 30-hour class, which is almost a week long.
Nothing in there about the time frame he intends to pay. So even if extension is granted, there's no plan, like I could pay you back in 6 months or a year or 10 years. I
Well, and
mean,
in the interest of the public, I could take this class and theoretically get back in good graces within a certain period as well. I could brush up on my procedures and do appraisals correctly within a certain time frame. There is that.
I'm just saying that
Mr. Johnstone?
Okay, I was with you up until that last point. If this person takes the procedures class, then their license can be reinstated to work. Is that what you're alluding to?
advanced case study, I think, is what the course is required.
It says advanced residential case studies.
I'm sorry, I've been misquoting. So, yeah,
Okay,
that's
but
case
so if
studies.
they take that particular course, then their license would be reinstated anyway. Is that what you were saying?
They also have to pay the $3,000.
Right, oh, I thought, okay.
$1,000.
Well, I was thinking that if they did that, then it would become active.
That's correct. But
Then they'd have to also pay the $3,000 before they could practice.
same thing.
In terms of the order, yes.
No, it's not the same thing. It's a class and $3,000, or it's just a class and I can start practicing.
I think
and
he's
saving-
saying if he completes the class, then he becomes into a status where he can then practice and then pay the $3,000
Right.
whenever. Like, you don't have to pay, I think he's asking if you have to pay the $3,000 in order to be reinstated to an active license.
That's right, yeah, I don't, which one is it? Or is it both? I'm
In
lost.
order to complete the terms of the final order, you'd have to do both.
Okay, they have to be done concurrently? Or can one,
Done simultaneously.
well, that's a little different than what I
Whichever.
understood.
Complete the course, and we could give him an extension on the time to pay.
And we can't,
Side.
we can't change the final order that the administrative law judge signed off on and that we agreed to. I mean, that,
Technically change the terms of the order,
no, but you,
You could grant an extension to one or both portions, I think.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please. I'd like to make a motion that we 6 months in order to complete his educational requirement, at which time we will reinstate his license, and an additional 180 days in order to pay the fine. And if the fine is not paid at that point in time, then his license will be suspended.
Okay. So
I know we're gonna reactivate it though if he passes that course.
within 6 months.
Right, within 6 months. If he doesn't do that within 6 months, then he just stays suspended.
So let's restate it. So if he takes the class within 6 months, we will reinstate his license. And then if he pays his fine within 6 months following, he gets to keep his license.
Right,
Otherwise, he goes back on suspension.
correct.
Seems succinct enough to me. Is there a second?
second.
Second from Commissioner Johnstone. Further discussion.
I don't know, I mean, I'm really torn on this case because
Have to have him sign the
Uh,
order to.
He-
seems like if there was ever a time for compassion, these circumstances would merit it. But I'm frankly, I'm just not sure what the right thing to do is.
What part of 6 months and 6 months isn't compassionate?
I'm not sure how he's going to pay for a class if he can't earn a living.
Is that our function to find a way to help him pay for a class? I mean, you're giving him or her, an opportunity to make it happen. I think Commissioner Hall's plan is an opportunity.
He told me on the phone that he could finish that class by the end of this month. I don't know how he's paying for it. I don't know what the deal is, but he did tell me he was gonna take this class before the end of this month. And he wanted me to reactivate him beforehand. And I said, well, I really can't do that, but.
Other comments, Commissioner Walton? I understand I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be any one of us.
Well, and the further we go down the rabbit hole, the more complicated and convoluted the whole situation gets. So I think I'd be in support of Commissioner Hall's recommendation.
Other comments from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. So Commissioner Hall's motion passes. Johnstone. Excellent. All right. That concludes the legal report.
I feel.
Unless you have something else.
No, that's all I have.
Okay. Would y'all like to break for lunch now?
No, let's get this.
No, but I would take a nap.
All right, very good. Well, let's move on to the next item, which is the experience interviews. First item under experience interviews was by Commissioner Point, who interviewed Ms. Pamela Stanko. and she is applying for an upgrade from trainee to licensee.
I would recommend that we approve her experience credits.
Okay, we have a recommendation to approve. Is there a motion regarding this?
Motion, make a motion, we accept it.
Motion to
Second.
accept by Commissioner Hall, second by Commissioner Walton. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion passes. Next item was Commissioner Stanifer, who interviewed Mr. Andrew Langley, upgrading from trainee to certified general. Commissioner Stanifer.
I interviewed Mr. Langley. He's been a trainee for about 7 years, and his work warranted recommending that he be moved up to CG.
Okay, we have a recommendation from Commissioner Stanifer. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Point. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Next item, motion passes, by the way. Next item was for Commissioner Walton, who interviewed Ms. Amanda Covington, and she was applying for upgrade from trainee to certified residential. Commissioner Walton?
Oh, yeah, reviewing her reports, they looked very good, and she seemed very knowledgeable about everything in them. I wholeheartedly recommend that we accept her experience.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, motion from Commissioner Point, second from Commissioner Hall. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next item is Commissioner Hall, who interviewed Mr. William T. Vandiver, who's requesting an upgrade from trainee to certified general.
I interviewed Mr. Vandever this morning and reviewed his reports. Other than the fact that he's also a certified licensed attorney at the bar, I still recommend his approval to take the exam and move up to CG.
The recommendation is for approval of his experience. Is there a motion?
Make the motion, we accept his recommendation.
Motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Johnson. Motion was by Commissioner Walton. Any discussion? Any discussion regarding the fact that he's an attorney? No discussion? All right. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. Last item is Commissioner Johnstone, who interviewed Mr. Thurn Newbell, who is requesting experience upgrade from certified residential to certified general. What say you, Mr. Johnstone?
I recommend approval of the upgrade from certified residential to certified general for Mr. Newble.
We have a recommendation. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Point. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the education report. And I trust that Dr. McCara will not be presenting it this month, but perhaps he will.
It would be very cruel to do him the first day. If you look on your iPads, there is an education report following the experience interviews. I'm sure Dennis could give you a page number here in a second. I reviewed all of the courses, 1759, 1761, 1762, 1766, 1767, 1769, 1770, 1771, and 1596, and recommend for their approval. We had 2 individual course approvals. They both were actually very good courses. One was an IAAO course, Income Approach to Valuation, and then one was a USPAP course that the student took in Kentucky. It's just not approved in Tennessee, and I'd recommend for approval of both of those.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation from the Education Committee. Is there a motion to pertaining to this report?
Make a motion to accept.
Motion to accept by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Stanifer. Is there discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Dr. McCara, you seconded? Fantastic. Excellent. A second was by Dr. McCara. Therefore, is there discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. All right. Moving right along. Next item is the election of officers. It's that time. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that Mr. Mark Johnstone be the incoming chair and that Mr. Tim Walton be vice chair.
Okay, motion that Commissioner Johnstone be the chair and Commissioner Walton be the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. You have a new chair, my friends. I now
Is that
turn the...
effective immediately?
Yes, it is.
Good.
I turn the meeting over to Commissioner
Get this thing
Johnstone.
moving along.
We're going to get this thing over with now. We're rolling. Thank you for your vote of confidence, fellow commissioners.
I've been delayed so long. Yes.
We're now ready for the next item, the director's report. Director Evers, you are recognized.
Thank you. If you turn in your iPads to the director's report, I'm going to keep this super brief so that I remain the most popular one. We sent out a survey on distance education. 176 appraisers submitted response to the survey on proposed changes to the distance education rules for qualifying and continuing education. The results were charted by a number of responses received to each question. Dennis uploaded those to your iPads. He did a really good job on that little survey. While most agreed that online CE was a desirable choice, online QE in a classroom setting got a majority response. Most appraisers agreed that online CE was sufficient for appraiser competency and professionalism. Primary consideration for taking online CE and QE was quality of content. Charted survey results on the iPads. I was actually surprised at how many responses were in opposition, so you will be given an opportunity to review all of those. I just wanted to get initial information to you. Keeling drafted we drafted it together, but a letter to be sent out to the reviewers, and we sent it to Mr. Green, who additionally edited it, and a final draft is on your iPads for your review. Some additional good news. The rules from 2012 are finally at the Secretary of State's, and they will be effective August 21st, 2014. So next month, the 2012 rules will be effective. The rulemaking hearing for the 2015
That's
rules.
supposed to be exciting.
Woohoo! Hey, when you've been waiting this long,
You're supposed to bring
really
those
is pretty
horns that
I
exciting.
wish
Unfurl.
I had brought party hats. because
I almost wept when I saw it on the Secretary of State's. It's like, it's not a dream. It's not a dream anymore. Rulemaking hearing for the 2015 rules, most likely September. I'm still crossing my fingers for August, but it's starting to look like September now. So it's real. Let's not weep into our oatmeal today. And that concludes the director's report.
Thank you for that.
Good night.
Thank you for that report. Ms. Evers, is there any new business? Commissioner Point, you're recognized.
I would like to suggest, and I've suggested it before, that the commission be trained more in USPAP. Strictly to make us better commissioners.
Yes.
And it could be we could take the course for the instructor's course, which Ms. Avers has warned it's very difficult to pass, or something of that nature to improve our skills as commissioners.
I could ask the qualification board to send a representative to attend a commission meeting and kind of do a USPAP for regulators for you, if that would help.
Along with that course, presentation be?
At the Arrow meeting, it was 4 hours long. Mr. Green was there.
Well, I think, I'd like to weigh in to Commissioner Point's point, is.
And help it.
Yeah, I know, it's that easy. So,
Sure, don't you?
yeah, no, yeah, how long is the USPAP instructor course?
know.
Is that 7 hours?
It's
3
2.5
days.
days. The 2 days of instruction, and then the last day is just the exam. And
Well, I think to Commissioner Point's point, I really do think that would be more beneficial for everyone than just the AQB thing. I really do. And so I think it would be very helpful, very, very helpful. And it would be money well spent, and it's right along the mission of the commission. So that's my feeling.
commission members would be willing to do it. I certainly don't think that it'd be fair to do to Miss Johnson.
What? But I do want to sit. Oh,
Probably not to Dr. McCara either. But for the appraisers in the room, if you agree to do it, I would certainly be willing to make an expense request and ask that ask to spend the board's money on that if you wanted to do it. It is a difficult course if you intend to get your certification. It is a difficult course. They tell you to study for 2 weeks before you even show up to class, because, I mean, this was it was more than a couple of years ago. I should know, qualify that. I passed it in 2005, and less than 50% of the people attending passed the test. They told you to study for 2 weeks before you showed up because the test wouldn't be on what they talked to you about during the class.
Well, who amongst us is scared?
So I'm not. I'm just saying.
All of us.
I'm just trying to tell you, it is not designed to be your ordinary appraisal course. It is.
Oh.
It is for instructors.
The thing about it is unless somebody is planning on becoming an instructor, as that we need, because I don't.
We're looking for education.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be an instructor. I didn't mean that.
If I'm just saying though that
Then you might inquire about some special, I don't know, that they could tailor a course.
We might be able to get the AQB to do something along the lines of the investigator training for just our board. That might be a better fit. We might be able to get Dennis.
He's good.
Dennis and Tom might be able to come, or Larry Disney from Kentucky.
Jeez.
That might be something we could accommodate instead of that actually might be more focused to what you need, and then actually Miss Johnson and Dr. McCara would benefit from it, as opposed to something that's really geared towards teaching instructors to teach USPAP, which is I wouldn't
I think
deny
it's
you the
something-
opportunity, but
I think
it
it's
is
something.
something.
Just look into it. I agree with Ms. Point. Probably all need to be more up to par, shall we say. But once I think just check into it and find out what we can come up with.
Well, and I think honestly, for what we do, we've all got a basic knowledge of USPAP. Probably an in-depth Q&A and application, type session would be good, I think. And even outside of a formal class, just an in-depth Q&A.
Take all of the CG courses over again, then take that one class again. It is that exciting.
Speaking of which, I'm cramming right now to get my CG before the end of the year, so I don't have a lot of extra study time.
But look at it for the first of the year in the winter months when.
It should slow down after the first of the year.
Mr. Point, do you want to make a motion to that regard, or are we just going to ask Director Avers to do some investigation and see what she can
Do
come up
some
with.
investigation and
Let me
see
see what's
Okay.
best fit, and I'll report back to you next month.
Okay, perfect. Is there any other new business?
I have an item.
Commissioner,
Well,
Green, you're
go ahead,
recognized.
Mr. Green, let him, then I'll
Oh.
make my comment.
Oh, well, I just wanted to thank you all. I'm hopeful that this is my last meeting. And I've enjoyed serving with you guys and gals. It's been an honor, and it's been fun. And I've enjoyed working with the staff here. It's been awesome. The citizens of Tennessee and the appraisers of Tennessee and the AMCs of Tennessee are really well served by y'all. I mean, you guys are tops. So I thank y'all. It's been a pleasure. Yeah. Stop.
Commissioner Hall, you recognize, sir.
I was just gonna ask our director, I assume, Tim, you've gotten your notification, but you've been reappointed for another 3 years?
Yes.
I know I have, and we'll need to recognize our good doctor over here, Fred McCara, who will now be helping us out over in the education department. And that means we're still one shy, doesn't it? We.
Mr. Green is
I've been
that has
appointed
not
yet?
been appointed yet,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
No,
If-
His position hasn't been filled.
If he has not received notice, he can continue to serve until that appointment is made.
And I intend to.
Okay, good.
But I could receive notice at any day that
Right.
thanks me and tells me to get lost, which is fine. Coward. But I will. I'll be here sorry, but I'll be here. So.
And on behalf of the commission, Chairman Green, ex-Chairman Green,
Ex officio.
yes, I'd like to thank you for all your hard work and comments that you made during your term as chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And I have to, for the record, I've known Mr. Green since 1992,
Yes.
all the way back in the Auburn, Alabama days.
That's what it is.
Oh, yeah, we were babies back then. I'll see if I can find a photo.
We were adolescent
Definitely, I'll
appraisers.
run it in the newspaper.
No.
Is there any other new business? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, or we can stand adjourned.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned.
Yay! This is when the horns go off.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
All right.
Say this.
Don't
the
be seeing
governor-
him a
What
lot.
casino have you been in?
That's good.
Chuma Chisma.
It's available online, too.
I will. We'll,
Be back.
I'll hopefully be back. No way. You think?
Go to appraisalfoundation.org.
But I was just telling Mark, they've got a cracker
Appraisalfoundation.org.
on the governor's staff now.
Download a
She's all over
copy.
it. So I think, I'm suspecting it'll be short.
Who's the new lady?
I don't know, it's a young girl, I don't know her name.
Could you stop the camera, please? Thank you.
He's the past president of the Tennessee
I hope so.
Association of Realtors.
Hope so.
Thompson.